length of the country this week here at majestic Jaipur. The grandeur of the Mahals. Fantastic city to be playing this penultimate event. The Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open. Powered by AU Small Bank. AU Small Finance Bank, very important for the development of microfinance. Look at some of the top players in the fray. Saptak Talwar, Manu Gandas, Aman Raj, and Akshay Sharma. And for those of you who are joining us just now, I'd like to tell you that we're live from the Rambagh Golf Club, this majestic golf club in the heart of Jaipur. And we bring to you Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host, Ainesh Aluwalia. It's been a fantastic week of golf thus far. We've had low scores. Leading the pack is Saptak Talwar at 11 under par, Manu Gandas at 10 under par, trailing by a solitary shot. And you have quite a few low numbers. The cut has been applied at 1 under par. And this is the penultimate week, offering a prize fund of 1 CR. It's a big week. Ainesh, how do you feel thus far?
I feel great. Thanks for the introduction, Shaurya. And quite an exciting morning today we have in front of us. Seems a bit nippy out in Jaipur as we watch Abhinav with a little sweater on, teeing off on the first.
Yes.
Abhinav, Shaurya, has found a little form in the end of the season. Seems to be pushing a little bit more on the order of merit, and he would like to have a strong finish to the season and maybe crack that top 10 on the order of merit.
Yeah, he sure would. And behind him is the heavyweight Olympian, Udayan Mane, only requiring an iron to tee off here. You know, he has that length of the tee, has pedigree, and a lot of victories under his belt. Fantastic player, Udayan Mane. As often tends to run hot and cold. Maybe this week could be one that he can find that splendid form that he's known for.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you there. And Udayan also has been, as you said, has an hot and cold season going on. He'd like to push for a win this season and put all the doubts to rest.
Udayan Mane stands tall and delivers quite a blow on that golf ball.
He does it with quite an ease. He's you can compare him to Bhawani else who's so big and so strong, and very effortlessly creates a lot of power.
Talking about effortless power, we'll discuss a lot of that with you, Ainesh, both across cricket as well as golf.
Always excited to get a little banter and a little.
And talk about power, you know, you have Khalin Joshi based out of Bengaluru, another good, phenomenal youngster. You see so many of them now.
Listen, Cullen's been, despite being very young, he's been on tour for quite a while. He's one of the younger veterans, if you would like to say that.
Yeah, that's a good, you've coined a good term there. He's definitely one of them.
And see you as well, a young veteran.
Unfortunately, you know, not on the other side. We here nestled comfortably in the commentary booth. It's nice and warm here. No such issues that the players are facing. It's nippy on the golf course, but God is kind. As we have a look at the players going off, just to look at some of the other scores. Sanit Bishnoi at 8 under par, tied 5th. Aman Raj tied alongside Akshay Sharma at 9 under par. And some of the notables who could not survive this week is defending champion and numero uno, Om Prakash Chauhan. But he's sitting pretty because his closest pursuer is off trying to earn his Asian Door card. So he's not here this week.
Quite surprising, I would say. Don't you think Om Prakash missing the card? Do you think he's opened the door a little for the pursuers on the order of merit?
I think Sachin may be in with an outside shot. He's currently at 71. Maybe if he can have a good week, get to within about 35 lakh or so of Om Prakash Chauhan. In the final week, the victor will get somewhere close to in the vicinity of about 46, 47 lakh, I think so. There's a lot to play for. At least that final week, you should be in with a mathematical chance. And Aman Raj also from the outside looking in. So it's still not over. Especially they'd be thinking that if Om Prakash can miss the cut here, you never know, they might have a chance. And that's why golf is the great equalizer.
Yes, I agree. As we can see on our screens, we have two events left. We're going through the Jaipur Open currently, day three, moving day as it's known, and everybody is trying to reach the coveted final event, the Tata Steel Tour Championship, for a whooping 3 crore prize purse. And it's a special event. It's a no-cut event, invited only by the year's top 60. So everybody trying to make a push. Everybody wants to be higher up to have a chance to maybe push for that position that Om Prakash is finding himself at, the number one position, and maybe some guys who are in and around the top 60. Nervous times for them, nervous moments for them. As their next year depends on where they finish this week.
Yeah, we were just looking at the top 60. You see Arjun Prasad at 54th, Sukra Bahadur, I think he's made cut here. Just saw him teeing off. Tapi Ghai, Kalin Joshi at 57. Rather unique to find him so far down, but shows you the competition so stiff. And he's not played too many events. Adil Bedi, the phenom from Chandigarh, finds himself in the ominous 58th position. Not somewhere that he's comfortable being. I'm certain that he would want to secure that card as well. Pavan Kumar, we've seen him. He's been very consistent and tends to shoot low scores as well. A couple of top tens as well this year for him. And Dhruv Sharon, looking resplendent in that mugshot at 60th position. But he's having a good week, so no such worries for him. As we go back to the action for Cullen, the first hole, a fairly benign hole here at Jaipur, maybe just a little bit over 400, not even 400 yards, maybe 380 odd yards. You tee off with a 3-iron or a rescue and then get a pitching wedge. So it's a fairly straightforward hole.
Well, we'll have Shaurya describe the holes today because unfortunately I haven't had an opportunity to play Jaipur. But from what I hear, the course can be overpowered by the longer hitters and favors those who hit it a country mile.
Yeah, there's going to be some sad news for the likes of you when the golf ball rolls back. But I don't see any change, to be honest. It's only that the difference still remains. As you have a look at Cullen, should be looking to put a little bit of spin here. You can see needs to be one of those towering shots that he's known for. Not the right yardage. Pretty undesirable result for him early on.
Yeah, I would have hoped to, with a shorter club in his hand, considering how he usually likes to attack most flags.
So I'd like to correct the error by myself. It's actually 345 yards because you're forced to lay up here. So plays a little longer because you're laying up to a yardage of about 130 odd yards. So it's a different sort of a par four. We've rarely seen anybody go here with the driver. I'm certain that the longer hitters could get there, but the trees will impede that sort of an approach. I've played quite a few tournaments here, Rainesh. In fact, I had the good fortune of winning my amateur event here. So it was back in the day. But it's a fantastic event and a fantastic track. And the golfers are really enjoying this week. A little bit about AU Bank, founded by Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, a distinguished chartered accountant and first generation entrepreneur. AU Small Finance Bank has been a catalyst for empowering entrepreneurial ambitions among India's unserved and underserved segments since inception 1996, originating as AU Finances. The Jaipur based retail centric non banking finance company has dedicated 2 decades to providing prompt tailored financial services to both rural and urban areas, transitioning from an NBFC to a fully fledged small finance bank on April 19, 2017. After acquiring SFB license in 2015, the company rapidly achieved milestones such as scheduled bank status by November 1, 2017, and recognition as Fortune 500 company the same year. Fortune India 500 company. It has consistently adapted its services to meet customer needs, upholding rigorous compliance standards and earning trust as a prudent and inclusive financial institution. Reflecting on 6 years as scheduled commercial bank, a small bank finance bank has demonstrated significant growth, societal impact, and continuous innovation. It has leveraged technology to enhance financial inclusion and foster robust customer relationships, thereby contributing to national economic progress. The bank remains devoted to its enduring mission of transformation and service, striving to address the dynamic needs of its clientele and making a lasting positive impact on countless lives. So there you Learn a little bit about the partner bank this week, making this possible. AU Small Finance Bank. As we go back to hole number one with
Yes,
the
all
play.
three players seem to have come up a little short. I think Udan Mane seems to be the closest of the three, and he's still a fair distance away.
Yeah, underwhelming shots by all of them. Maybe a 7 on 10 for Udain, but maybe giving too much respect to that back left flag. There's a little bit of a shelf beyond that flag where the ball sort of falls off. But I think sometimes what happens here, because the trees are rather tall, the players can't quite feel the gust of wind there. So that might be something that, unbeknownst to them, sort of impeded their shot. Otherwise, it's a fairly straightforward shot from there, 120 odd yards. You'd think that 20 feet is the par for course from there.
Yes, and I think those little nitty gritties can only come from someone who's had the fortune of winning a tournament in Jaipur. We are in for a treat today.
Seems like a different lifetime ago, my friend. As we have a look at Cullen. I've played quite a few pro events here as well, at decent results. Very enjoyable golf course. It's a majestic setting. Obviously, it's got royal heritage, and the layout is also very fair. Surprised by the choice of club here. What do you think, Inish? Really
Yeah, I
lofting
think
it up.
maybe he's trying to avoid it. Do you think that plays a factor usually early in the morning? Little water on the greens. As we watch Rohan Bole Patil live on the tee at number one, deliberately going through his routine.
Very languid swing. Rohan Dole Patil, easy going swing.
If I remember correctly, he finished dot on the number last year at number 60. And he'd like to be well within the ranks and not stress about making his card for next year.
Yeah, he's on 62nd position, so he's not too far off from there. But this week will do him a world of good, and I'm pretty certain that he'll keep his card. Harinder Gupta now, no such worries for him. Fantastic player, and he's been really consistent throughout the years as Harinder.
Yeah, Harinder has that demeanor where he's always relaxed and calm. He just shows up and swings a golf club and shoots low numbers.
Going with a longer club off the tee. Looks like a 3 wood, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, with the recoil with that suggested he's very content with the result. And a true veteran on the Indian tour, the flag bearer for Indian golf in a lot of other tours and
Rahil
abroad as
Ganji.
well. You must have played a lot of golf with Rahil as well.
A fair bit of golf on the professional golf tour of India. Very effervescent character, really positive, and really likes to crack a joke or two. I met him last week. The week before that at DLF, he played so well in that tournament as well, and I think he's sort of getting into a purple patch now. Rahil Ganji, hailing from Kolkata. He's always been a very good sportsman. You can see that that swing is still athletic. It's a blink and you miss sort of a swing.
Very recognizable golf swing. Like I could watch this swing. Like you know how you watch a Phil Mickelson or a Tiger, you don't need to look at their faces. You just recognize the golf swing. And I think he's had that consistent move for a long while. And pound for pound, he's one of the stronger players.
Absolutely. And you look at the athleticism he's maintained. I think he's well into his 40s and still swinging so freely and still has that swing speed to compete with the likes of the youngsters today who hit the ball so far.
I would assume that the youngsters are trying to catch up to him and some parts of the game.
As we have a look at Udian, this putt should break a little bit from his left. But being uphill, speed should not be an issue.
How much of a factor do you think the dew on the greens on the fairways play?
On the fairways, early morning, the only thing is that you can't spin the ball as much. And when you're chipping it, that does make a difference as well because the dew tends to get between the club and the blades of grass. So you have it. He's got it, I think. Just about. Putting the ball doesn't break that much either. So that's the only difference. You don't get much purchase off the surface. So you'll have to cater for that.
It's a little. It makes it a little slightly tougher to score.
Yes, first few holes you'll see that depending on the kind of hole that you're actually facing, if you need to spin it or something like that, then you definitely add a back foot. So maybe a flag like this might not be that comfortable for these players early in the morning.
Yeah, maybe
With
that's
a
the
dew.
reason. This is the first group we were watching. It'll be interesting to see how the others approach it. But maybe that could be the reason they thought maybe they're going to catch a little more of a flyer than a spinny shot and wanted to drop it shorter, and then probably
Good,
something else happened.
good thing though that the sun is out, so it's going to be easy. And you can see that scoring has not been difficult for these players. There's been a lot of deep numbers here, and typically you associate this golf course with low scores. It's fairly benign. It's got four nice par fours. It's a par 70. There are a few challenging holes on the back nine. You have a couple of tricky par threes, the 11th. But on the whole, the players do look forward to this golf course. Let's have a look at Cullen and his par save. Yeah,
And
that's a good one.
on a hole that's 340 yards, you don't want to start with a bogey.
Yeah, and for those of you joining us and don't quite understand the intricacies of golf, you can always reach out to us on our social handles or Instagram and ask us any question that you have regarding the game of golf. I know that it can be a little complicated, birdies, bogeys, eagles, and believe you me, it's not that confusing. It's just 18 holes playing repetitively over 4 days, and then the victor emerges. The least shots you take, you win. So it's a game of opposites. Take fewer shots than your opponents, and you end up taking the trophy. And this week, a handsome price fund over 15 lakh for the winner. So
Yeah,
a lot of money as well.
it's actually funny if you think of it. You practice so much. All these professionals, they hit hundreds and thousands of golf balls over a period of years, and then all to play as less as possible on the golf courses. Abhinav, we watch him catching the left side of the hole as long as they go in. No pictures on the scorecard, so that's a par four for him as well.
Yeah, you don't want to be dropping a shot early on in the morning. A little bit about this tournament as well. Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Bank. Bhawani Singh Rathore is a professional golfer himself, and he's the presenting partner this week and has his origins in Rajasthan. He's a good player in his own right and has played events on the PGTI in the past and holds a law degree from Oxford University and was also a part of the Oxford University golf team. He also participated in the previous edition of the Jaipur Open. So, really, you can see the support that this game gets from professionals, and the likes of Bhavani really do make things possible. So, a big thank you to him for making this possible and getting this great event together. And, of course, to AU Small Finance Bank as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As we watch Rohan with his attempt at number one, hoping to probably hit it closer than the group we've seen previously. Just takes a swipe over the trees.
Reroutes the club at the top of the swing. And that's what everybody should try and do, I guess.
Works for him. But yes, we've had some special sponsors this week, including Bhavani, who I had the fortune of playing a lot of golf with growing up. And as throughout the year, all our sponsors on the tour, they've helped us get these players out on the courses and playing for some good prize money, some good prize purses, including the PGTI team who makes it happen.
Look for this to be close. This is ideal angle. I think the only thing which might impede, I think he's hit that three wood too far. Might have been a little too greedy off the tee going with the 3 wood. We'll really need to get this up in the air quick and get it to stop as well. Might have about 90 odd yards going with the lob wedge here.
Do you think the trees are high enough to make you think a couple of times? Or?
Yeah, if you get too far down where he is, you can see the amount of spin he was able to put on that. Went with about 85, 90 yards. So ideally, players try to get to about 220, 230, 35 yards off the tee, have a 100-yard shot. But there you saw Harinder being a little more aggressive, maybe 70 odd yards. So that puts you in a little bit of an uncomfortable spot. But obviously, he knows his golf.
Absolutely. If someone does, it's him. And I think I would highly recommend all everybody who's coming up with new golf courses. The first hole should be like Jaipur. An iron off the tee, a wedge onto the green, an easy start. The game is hard enough anyway to make it more difficult for players.
Yeah, absolutely. You stole the words from my mouth. I was just thinking the same. You want golf, they say golf is a relaxing game. You want to ease into the round. You don't want pressure early on. Anyways, you have the butterflies, especially when you're playing a professional event. And if the first hole is difficult, you can get sweaty palms. And thankfully here, on either nine, Starting holes are really easy. The 10th as well, you lay up with probably a 7 iron of the tee and then go in with the pitching wedge. So, they're not very difficult holes in terms of making your four, but they're tempting. You can drop shots there. And immediately faced with a par three. Here, the second hole is a little tricky as well, maybe a 7 or a 6 iron, depending on the pin position. So there are a lot of challenges here on this golf course. If you don't strike it straight, you could end up shooting a high score, and that's evidenced by the number of players who have missed the cut this week. The cut going at one under, you had Mukesh Kumar, Shankar Das, former number one, Wasim Khan, good player, Om Prakash Chauhan, numero uno, not make the cut, Jamal Hussain, who's been so consistent. You have Akbar Hussain, Varun Parekh, previous year's Grand Thornton champion, also not making the cut. Sarthak Chibber, who we've seen was playing so well. All of these players missing the cut. Ashok Kumar, it's Ranjit Singh as well, ball striking machine. All of them missing the cut by a solitary shot. So that's rather unique. You have a total of 12 players missing the cut by one shot. So it's been a painful week for quite a few.
Well, it goes to show as we watch Rahil on number one, making his birdie attempt, seems to be the furthest away in the group. Like to roll this one in, seems to have a good speed, just overboarded.
Yeah, also missing it on the other side, on the same side as Udyan. So I think there's something that has flummoxed the players, not getting that read.
Yeah, because both of them got the speed right.
Maniram also missing the cut. Maniram playing really well this year. It'll be interesting to see where he is on the order of merit. We've seen him make quite a few cuts. A likable character is Maniram, hailing from Karnal.
But Om Prakash missing the cut this week comes as a surprise, especially since he's won 4 times this year, and he's won as recently as last year. Last week, sorry.
As you have a look at Harinder, you're speaking about Maniram, who is in 66th position. So that'll be interesting to see if also missing it to the left. So the player's not really getting that read. So Maniram, another thing that the players have to play the minimum number of events for them to qualify on the order of merit. So often you'll find that the stellar names on top of the top 60, the ones who just play a few events, like the likes of Gaganjeet Bhullar or maybe Shubhankar, who come down for a few events, then they get removed from the order of merit. Then these players can move up. But I think Maniram might have missed his card. I think 66th might be a bridge too far, to be honest.
For those of you wondering what we mean by missing or making a card, the top 60 players from the year, given on their performance through the year, make their season for the next year where they're qualified automatically to play all events. And then there's a qualifying event that happens in usually around the January time where people play a pre-qualifying and play a main qualifying, and a few more cards are given out then. And Rohan on the first there, we see. Do you think Harinder Gupta's part might have helped him because he got the speed and blind both right?
Yes, I think it always helps if you can go to school when the other player's putting. So Rohan did that. And while he was putting, I just had a look at the order of merit. So there are a total of 3 players who have to move off that order of merit. So unfortunately, I think Maniram will have to make the ominous Professional Golf Tour of India qualifying school, which is in the month of February. I'm certain that I'll see you there.
It's not too sure, but
it's an annual pilgrimage of a lot of players, and why not? And for all those of you who fancy yourself that you can be a good golfer as well, do fill in the form. It's open to, I think, players with a handicap of 2 or below, if I'm not wrong. All professionals, and you pay the fee, and you can play. The previous editions have seen close to 600 entries. This time could be more. You've seen the rise in prize money, world ranking points, the association with the DP World Tour, and so many other lucrative things. You can see events, prize funds skyrocketing this week, playing for 1 CR. So it's a big calendar in the offing next year. So if you feel like this is time, maybe now is the time to shine and fill in that form.
Also, the qualifying is happening on the same course where we have the season ender, the Tata Steel Open at Jamshedpur. So it's a beautiful golf course. It's a beautiful city.
Yes, there you can see this hole is rather tricky. This second hole, downhill par three, is slightly right to left, front right flag pin position. Like if you see, that looks like a fairly straightforward chip shot for Udin, but it's not that easy. If he rolls it up, then he'll have to sort of be at the mercy of the elements and what kind of bounce he's able to get. And to hit it high, there's not much green, so he'll be happy with an up and down here.
So I think a lot of dew plays an underrated role as well, because a lot of the times you're not sure if the ball is going to catch a little water or not. That totally depends on what kind of spin you're going to get, and that's the difference between you maybe sticking it to a foot or maybe rolling it 6 feet by or leaving it 4 feet short.
I think he surprised both of us. He's going with the
With a
putter.
putter.
So he's definitely trusting the roll.
Eliminate the elements.
This shows you that he's such a good player, and sometimes amateurs think that you always have to get the chipper or the pitching wedge out, but no, you can actually use the putter as well. Whenever you get a flat sort of surface, then try and use the putter. At least you're sure.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think what happens with a lot of our golf we've watched on screen has been through the PGA Tour and the European Tour. And something that they do is they'll always show you the fancier shots that players pull off, and not realizing that there are a lot of shots which are mundane and basic and average. Like this one with Udian played is a wonderful shot.
That's a 10 on 10 right there.
Absolutely. And then that's what's required. At the end of the day, you have to score the lowest.
A smart play there. A few others who did not make the cut this week. Vikrant Chopra, very consistent player. Dipankar Kaushal also would have needed a big week here. Unfortunately, not making the cut. Has been playing rather well. Indian Open champion C. Muniappa, former Indian Open champion, not make the cut. Abhijit Singh Chadda, long hitting golfer from Chandigarh, and a few other names that could not quite make the cut this week.
I think disappointing for Prakhar Asawa as well, being the local lad, this being his home course.
Yeah, rather unfortunate. As we get back to the action.
And we have Abhinav a little over the hole, a little downhill, this one.
Yeah, this is a good putt to have for birdie. And
good one to make as well.
Yeah. Downhill putts are good on these greens. They're not rolling too fast, but they're playing true, so fairly makeable if you can put a good stroke on it. And that indeed does put a good stroke on it. The medalist from the Asian Games, a lot of better doing that early in the day as we have a look at Cullen here.
Cullen, really straightforward part from what I can see. He's flag high on number 2. I think he can give it a good whack.
That's a really good tee shot by Cullen. Good distance control here on hole. Let's see if he's rewarded with the birdie. Oh, that was burning the edge.
Always heartbreaking to watch these putts, and but we've seen a couple of holes. And for those of you joining us now, I would highly encourage you to actually go and watch these players, these golfers play live, because very impressive with the things they can do with the driver and the putters and the wedges, and always a treat to watch them. And for those who cannot go and watch them in person, we are bringing you the live action. And
got an update. Syed Saqib Ahmed has played 3 holes and he's 2 under par. So getting off to a fiery start, the kind that you need if you are to win this tournament. He finds himself at 6 under par. Still a fair distance away from the leader. As we have a look at Udyan. Looks like a fairly short putt, but Udyan is going through the motions. Has done his routine. This would break a little to his right. It looks easy, but it's never quite done because you have to sort of leave it outside the hole. These are one of those putts for the right-hander that are a little uncomfortable. Just leave it outside the edge and trust that it'll break back.
Yes, and also given the distance of the putt, it looks like a 3 or 4 footer. These are more tricky also because you expect to make them.
That's a good one, right in the heart of the hole by Udyan.
It's a steady start for him.
Yeah, par start, not too bad, as long as you don't drop any shots.
But this seems to be this kind of golf course where even if you have a slowish, sluggish start, as long as you're not dropping shots, there's an opportunity where you can finish strong and shoot a low number as well.
It's going to be a putting contest as well on the last 2 days. You see that There's a lot of traffic in the red numbers. There's so many players under par. Everybody that's made the cut is under par at this point in time, apart from one. Kevin is the only one who's dropped a few shots. Otherwise, you have a total of 54 players under par. So, the rate that they're going, the tournament could be won in the vicinity of 18 or 19 under par. As we have a look at Amardeep Malik.
Yes, I think I'm going to coin a term for him as Mr. Consistent because he's just been there. Every time I've watched the coverage, he's being shown because he's always there around the top five consistently through the weeks.
Yeah, Amardeep playing alongside number 3 on the order of merit, Mr. Sachin Bisoya, and American Varun Chopra.
तुम सिविल लाइंस जाना, तुम एमजी रोड, समझ गए?
वाह मामू, मिठाइयों की डिलीवरी चल रही है, सीआईडी की प्लानिंग।
डिलीवरी नहीं बेटा, सब अलग अलग बैंक जा रहा है।
ऐसा क्यों?
बिजनेस बढ़ रहा है ना बेटा, एक ही बैंक से काम नहीं चलता।
चलता है ना, एयू करंट अकाउंट पे सब मिलता है।
वाह
मामू, सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। मेरी फीस एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
He's committed to a cricket game with us on Sunday, so looking forward to catching up with him as well as we watch it deliberate.
Seems to be standing rather far from the ball. I see that also the toe end is a little up, so that's something that rather different as opposed to other players. Maybe a more rotatory swing, that's for sure. Not that up and down. He tends to be more around the body, keeping the club face that far away from the body. Now we have Gaurav Pratap Singh, swashbuckling, aggressive, going hell for leather every round that he plays, or everything he does actually. Bullish even in the market. He says, I only know one way to live my life. And that's to live it with the pedal to the metal, is Gaurav Pratap Singh's motto.
I think they've made an error with the age. He's more like a 19-year-old than a 39-year-old.
Absolutely. He's, as they say, he's 39 going on 19.
Yeah, he's certainly got the energy for it. If you do have a chat with him, you'll understand what you're talking about as he takes an iron on the first as well.
Going with the rescue, it's the ideal choice here for Gaurav.
Carefully looking at it. He's one of those players who plays a left-right fade most of the times, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, really good left-right fade. He really gets into that shot, puts a lot of hit on it, has that shaft lean with the left wrist. And someone that I'm really impressed with is Karthik. I've seen him on the range, and he's thoroughly impressive, especially if you see him hit drivers. Very consistent, a good length of the tee, very athletic player. 23 years old.
Only 23. And if I think he's also part playing on the Asian tour, part playing here.
Can see he stays down and really goes through with the golf shot. Doesn't really get out of it. What I mean by that, maintains that spine angle. It's a really good ball striker, is Karthik. Really chases the golf ball. He's somebody who could be a good cricketer. I think you can recruit him for the next few matches. He has that athletic look about him.
Always love a few left-handers in the team.
Talk about left-handers. I was in your team, but I was often just made to bowl and wait my time for batting. I think I'll have a few complaints regarding the cricketing as we go on further in the day. But there are a few similarities between this game and golf. We saw at the Grand Thornton. Yeah, I had the opportunity of speaking to some of the legends and how they're enjoying this game. And we're thankful for the support that they give this game and the fact that golf can bring so many different sports together. As we have a look at Ryle walking down hole number 2. That's a brilliant shot by
That's a
Ryle.
lovely shot by the veteran, and probably a better shot by Rohan.
Yeah, that would have looked really good in the air, would have pitched somewhere in the vicinity of the flagstick. Reading the line there, that's important. You do your work when the others are putting, kind of save time.
Good to see Harinder Gupta taking his sweater off. Weather's probably warming up. Should mean the dew's going to go. The dew's going to dry up soon, and the ball's going to start traveling a little better, a little longer. Always more fun to watch.
Very intrigued to ask. I think it's important that the first time that my co-commentator is a genuine long hitter. He's somebody who carries the ball well over 300 yards. How do you find early mornings for somebody who's the medium hitter? I know that early morning tee-offs are one that we never prefer because the body does not quite react the same way. We have a look at Rohan. This putt should break a little left to right for Rohan Dhole Patil.
Give it a fancy chance because he's made the first. He made the putt on number one as well.
And we saw that this putt is indeed makeable. We saw Abhinav Lohan making one from similar territory. Just missing it on the right hand. So I was saying that early mornings, we find that the connection with the ball is not the same. You tend to get a little bit of a vibration of the club face as well early in the morning. You're not hitting it as well. The ball doesn't turn right to left in the morning. And, the first few holes are never, you're not striking it as pure, even if you warmed up. Is it the same with a longer hitter? How do you find the difference playing early in the morning and then sort of getting through the round? Or is it, the added length, does it make it easy for you in the morning? Just tell us a little bit about that.
I think personally, I feel if you're trying to gain a little extra distance, if you're the sort of player who it's a long because you have to make a lot of effort, you're going to struggle. I think, fortunately for me, distance has been very easy as we watch Harinder Gupta. A very makeable range.
Should break a little from his left and seems to have got it.
Left it.
Leaving it in the jaws, never up, never in. Unfortunately, that'll only be a par for him.
But I personally haven't ever struggled because when you naturally hit it a little further than, let's say, the average distance, you don't have to make a lot of effort. Even in the colder mornings when you're not used to hitting it, you're hitting it shorter, but at the same time, you're still further away than the players who are playing alongside you.
How do you find the difference in your ball striking early in the morning as compared to how the day wears on? Like you're blessed with natural distance. I know that you hit it far. You have that swing speed. But do you find any difference? Your ball, do you see the difference in curvature as we see Rahul just missing that putt? Do you see the ball? Does your ball flight change early in the morning?
I think, as you said, it becomes a little tougher to get that draw working, especially because I play a draw naturally. But I think the release and the body, they tend to be a little slower. So that's something but now given the exposure with the amount of warming up and techniques, you sort of feel on the first that you're as ready. So you watch Manav on number one on our feed too, since we flag around the left. But you are right, there is a slight difference, and those are the elements that you have to play with also, because the difference is sort of understanding how to score when you're playing golf when the temperatures are lower than, let's say, 5-10 degrees, as compared to when you're usually playing golf around, in the north at least, most of the year we're playing temperatures higher than 35-37 degrees. So there is a difference, yes.
Yeah, valid point. So you got to cater for different climate conditions and weather conditions, and some of the players are really good at that.
I think wedge game becomes more difficult.
Yes, it indeed does, and we spoke about dew being a factor. Dew being such a big factor, especially in cricket. It's probably the opposite in golf. In cricket, dew probably comes on if you're playing a day-night match in the second half, and we saw the World Cup how that became a factor. And obviously, in golf, dew is a factor probably in the early morning holes where the ball doesn't quite react the same way that you'd want it. You don't get that roll with the driver. So warming up is key if you have an early morning tee off, and somebody who has warmed up is Gaurav Pratap Singh.
I'm surprised he was wearing something to begin with also. He's just always warmed up, always ready to go, always ready to go.
Yes, Gaurav Pratap Singh pitching it next to the flag. You see, one thing that he didn't quite get the purchase that you would imagine with the short club. That still rolled about 15 feet by. That's one of the few things that happen early in the morning. You won't get that grab on the green. So he would have hit a really good shot, but didn't get the kind of result that he would have expected.
Which is what we've been talking about, because we watched Harinder Gupta with his wet shot. He had a little spin. And he probably was expecting to roll it out a bit, which is why he dropped it a little short. And here we saw over the flag, which probably would have struggled with a little water between him and the ball.
You have cut. We have the notables in the field. Amardeep Malik at 6 under par. Kalin Joshi 5 under par. Arjun Sharma, player from Gautam Budh Nagar at 4 under par. Divyansh Bajaj from Kolkata 4 under par. Angad Cheema, multiple winner on tour at 4 under par. Sri Lanka's K. Prabhakaran at 3 under par. Shukra Bahadur Rai from Nepal at 4 under par. As we have a look at Dhruv Sharon on the tee.
Another boy from Gurgaon.
I think time does fly by. Dhruv has turned 29, and I would imagined him to be in his mid 20s, but that's to say you've been seeing him on tour. He's been a good player, one of the better ball strikers, but you see the amount of traffic in terms of talent that you have. And talking about talent, there's none so more than Shan, who also seems to have advanced in terms of age. Obviously, that happens. Time and tide wait for no one. He's 45 now and does have his struggles with distance. I did have a conversation with him, just trying to do the things right and see how he can still compete on tour.
Yes, and as we watch Pukhraj, he's never struggled with distance, sure. But Shameen Khan is one of those players who makes you look silly with a 3-wood in his hand. He's probably more accurate with the 3-wood than a lot of guys are with their wedges.
Yeah, there's going to be a tale of contrasting styles, this group. You have Dhruv Sharon, also a longish hitter. And then you have Pukhraj Gill, who's an absolute behemoth in terms of hitting the ball. I would think that him and you are similar in terms of the way that you play the game of golf.
Yeah, but we both agree that I hit it further than him. Then that's more important than anything else.
Is it an inside joke, or are we talking strictly academically? You are hitting it further, because if you can hit it further than Pukhraj, I don't know where the ball is going to go. I've seen both of you hit it, and it's very difficult for me to point out who hits it further. He also has an unbelievable amount of carry. I've seen him hit some huge drives, and as we get back to Gaurav Pratap Singh, this but he's putting off a different level altogether. It seems quite a few feet higher than the flag, or maybe that's an optical illusion.
Well, usually screen, but he does seem to be coming off from.
Yeah, it's a little downhill, and he's definitely not got the correct line. We'll have some work.
It's barely out of the target range. He'd have to be a little focused on that part.
Yeah, these are the ones that you really don't want at any point in time.
Especially, yes.
At any point in time, the 3-footer is the nemesis. Anything from 3 to 6 feet, you have to focus on the line, the speed, and you have nothing to gain because you expected to make them, and you always prefer a 7-8 footer. You can hit them a lot more relaxed. You don't really expect to make them. If you hit a good putt, they tend to go in, and 3 or 6 footer, you tend to get a little more tense, and line and speed become more of a factor.
Yeah, because it is interesting. But I think I was there's forgetting someone on the PGA Tour, and they were talking about their par putts, and they'd say even though you're making a 4, let's say, it's much easier in the mind to make a tap in than a 4-footer for par and then moving on to the next tee. Gaurav comfortably makes his par number 1. Rechecking the line, perplexed by the break maybe.
Not quite sure what Karthik is looking for. There doesn't seem to be much in this. That's what happens when you're very methodical.
Everything that he does, whether it's
that part, maybe all of about 11 or 12 inches, maybe under a foot, and not quite sure what he's looking for, but that's golf.
There's also the interesting side of golf. Players like to do it different ways. A lot of players are quick off the bat.
Given it a lot of thought. Good for him getting that in the hole.
Where the tapping range, you give it a lot of thought, it also makes the viewer nervous that there might be something here. You don't want them to miss it at all.
Exactly.
As we got the pro tracers of our professional golfers. Rule number one, comfortable start from one of there.
There won't be much suspense in these. Should be right down center. Fairly straightforward hole. What's surprising is that it's a short hole, but there's no impediment per se. It's a pretty wide fairway as well. So there is a bunker on the right hand side.
Is there an opportunity to maybe try from green ball or?
There are trees there.
That's
So,
it. There,
so the trees,
so-
yes, and they're right in the line of, and they're probably where you would for a long hitter. The trees are probably at about 310. Green would probably be about 320. So it's a reachable hole, no doubt about that. But you would have to contend trees. So maybe, and there's out of bounds on the left hand side.
I don't mind such because times on balls that are fairly wide, it becomes more of a driving contest because the longer hitters probably hit a couple of clubs shorter coming into those greens. But over here, everybody's laying up to a similar spot. So then
Yes.
it comes the approach is then similar for everybody, and then it's a good showcasing skills as well.
It's a very fair golf course in that aspect. It tends to take the driver out of the longer hitter's hand, and then if they do, that's Sachin making that putt there. If they do end up taking the driver, then they have to be ready for the risk that they're going to face. So that's what I really like about a golf course like this. It sort of does not play into one player's hands. You know, it's what they say. A lot of golf courses tiger proofed, like Augusta did that by adding length, and it's so important to build golf courses that can give the other sort of older style players, you know, players who like to move the ball and not necessarily just bludgeon it. I think that's what you know, RNA and every USGA, they're trying to do that and get back that skill into the game of golf, not just make it bomb and gouge. Yeah.
Raj with a wedge in his hand. But you're right, because that's the interesting thing of the golf course as well. It's not playing in any one particular type of player's hands, and even if you watch the leaderboard,
Raj coming short.
getting a lot of spin there.
Maybe
If you look
about
at the leaderboard, you get Saptak, Manu, Aman Raj, Akshay. These are not your conventional long hitters. They don't hit it short. But these aren't the guys who go over
Yeah.
golf courses. And
Manu can get the ball there. You know, he does. I don't know if I have to call him a spring chicken. He does hit it quite far. You know, you would think that maybe even by European tour standards, he would be an average length on the European tour.
yeah, I think watching Manu play, he has that extra get that he doesn't usually use, which is a good thing as well, because you know that he's got that speed and power when required, and he's usually playing within control most of the other times.
You see this hole, that the third hole, which is lined by out of bound on the left hand side, and I've seen sort of this bush and shrubbery and these trees grow over time. We saw at one point in time there was a fence. Now you're seeing that you know, these trees have ingrown into the fence, and it just looks so beautiful and majestic. There's a walking track for people on the left hand side, and flanked by that big public park as well. So really a unique setting is Jaipur Golf Club. My apologies, Rambagh Golf Club.
We watch Alinder on the left with a little bit of wrist in his putting stroke. Had for a few years now, and Dhruv seems to have missed the green last, and I think he seems to have short-sighted himself. We can't see the golf ball. There's a lot of slope as well.
And not too bad, not the most difficult of shots, because the rough is not a factor this week.
Like we see the defense of the golf course coming in. Like he short-sighted himself. He made a chip shot to about 6 feet, and he's got a par putt left on a hole which is only 340 yards. So now to our viewers as well, all the low scores and the scores that we're watching coming with the players, and some of them are, we're going to see some of them today as well. It's not because the golf course is an easy track, because we've seen some big names, some winners this year miss the cut as well. I think it's just the quality of the players as well that they're taking advantage of some of the easier holes and playing the other tougher ones well and not dropping shots there.
Standards have obviously been increasing. There are many years that can be attributed to that. The cut going at 1 under is testament to that. I think years past, I remember the cut used to go 6 or 7 over here, and that's how golf has changed. You need to be playing your A game if you are to make rounds. Pukhraj, almost close to his A game on that putt, is leaving it a little short.
I'm missing his on the left as well. Not sure it was for a birdie or a par. We'll soon update to viewers.
So, Ainesh, just want to ask you on a personal front, have you been playing many tournaments? I've seen that you've teed up in quite a few, and what are your plans?
Not sure. Personally, I do have a wrist condition. I had to withdraw from Jammu for the same reasons, and I'm just giving it a little break. I do practice a little bit. As you watch Sanit on top, being off on the first. You got a smooth swing as well.
Yeah,
I
Sanit
have to
is a
watch though.
strong ball striker, is Sanit Bishnoi.
Career plans, we're not sure. Still seeing how recovery goes. A little bit later, would love to tee it up at the qualifying school and be on the other side of the cameras as well.
Sanit already a winner on tour. Fiery player. Sanit playing alongside Ravi Kumar. It's on your screens.
Ravi Kumar going on the other side of the tee box, which also is an interesting ploy how players use different sides of the tee to suit their shot shape. And Ravi Kumar, a 28-year-old from Chandigarh, he's having a better second half of the season as well.
Ravi Kumar at 52nd on the order of merit, so has secured his playing rights and also that spot in the lucrative season-ending tour championship. As we have a look at Aman Raj,
Unmissable hat of Aman Raj, hailing from Patna Golf Club, Bihar, winner 3 times. He's, if I'm not wrong, won twice this year. So he's also hit a purple patch.
yeah, Aman Raj paying homage to Shingo Katayama with this similar hat. Looks like a cowboy who's landed on a golf course. Seems to be going through some sort of rest condition. Seems like the flavor of the month.
Seems to be going gym as well. Stronger. Is Aman Raj. It's comfortable. Short swipe. Not too happy with it, but well, this is not a comfortable sight to see. Sanit playing a provisional. Maybe he's either hit it out of bounds on the left, as you mentioned, or he's probably close to it, unsure whether he's in play or not.
And surprising that even Aman was looking on a little pensively. Seems like both of them have tugged it to the left. You really have to be hitting this shot good 30, 40 yards offline to hit an OB with an iron on this hole. Never quite seen that, to be honest.
You haven't played.
Might have miscued it early on for Sanit, but let's hope that he finds that golf ball.
Same question.
Yeah, I always try and do that. My love for the game is really strong. Unfortunately, it's a one-sided love relationship. It sort of ends at the Q school. But no, I will definitely be going. Although I've not played at all, but it's just fun to keep the competitive juices flowing and to get an opportunity to play a professional tournament itself is a lot of fun. As you have a look at.
Had some form.
Yeah, I think it's a unique sport. You don't really need to retire per se. You can, you can decide to just still be in touch, and you never know if you play well. Play a few tournaments as we have a look at Gaur Pratap Singh giving that too much steam in that instance. So,
He seems to be himself a few 4-footers.
but then that's a sign of confidence going past the flag. It's always easier putting back rather than leaving it short.
Directly with his personality. Plays like he is. Aggressive, always looking to score low.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, he used to have an Enfield, and on the back of it, he had emblazoned Sheriff. So, that's the kind of personality Gaurav Pratap Singh has. He's the sheriff in town. Let's see if Sheriff can make a few birdies today as we have a look at Sanjeev Kumar, who's 2 under par today. A lot of birdies early on for plus Chandra, gold medalist at the national games, Pranav Madrikar, Rondole Patil, all of them making early birdies.
I see Mana over the hole as well, and we know that this putt is makeable thanks to Abhinav made a similar putt on this, and that I think Anand overballed a little there, but good on speed.
I think overall, fairly benign condition for the players. No wind. The greens are pretty friendly as well, rolling at a comfortable speed. Rough is not up either, so not much in terms of challenge for the players this week. That's evidenced by the low numbers by the entire field. I'm certain that nobody's complaining. That's an entertaining, that can often be an entertaining week for the viewers as well when you have so many birdies on offer.
Yes, and even if you have opportunities to make birdies, the players do it with their high skills. It's always fun to watch them make those putts and hit those approach shots close and hit those impressive tee shots. Watch Karthik from probably the easiest spot on this green to putt from under the hole.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, we saw him with that aggressive putt, and now we'll have this to try and make his par. A little bit outside his comfort zone, maybe about 7 feet by. Well, that can happen if you live by the sword. Sometimes you have to die by the sword, so we'll see.
But these are the most, those 5-6 footers, 8 footers for par. They're momentum putts.
Absolutely.
Making them or missing them as you watch Gaurav make his putt and comfortably does so. Making them or missing them has more of an impact on your mind than on the scorecard.
Yes, it's very important to make them though, and he's done that rather comfortably, has Gaurav.
As we take a first look at Varun Chopra, now we have on our screens Sachin Besoya, closest pursuer to Om Prakash this week in the field, as Karan Pratap takes a week off from over here, and Om Prakash surprisingly has missed the cut this week. So interesting times ahead. The order of merit Om Prakash would have wanted to sit this week and create a fair distance between him and his pursuers, but Sachin would like to have a say on that. And you watch him deliberately taking his stance, swiping the dew off the putter face. He seems to have underballed, and as we watch approach shot first on our live feed, number 2. For anybody joining us now, it's a lovely morning. We're bringing you the coverage, live coverage from Jaipur. And this is the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. We're watching golfers play day 3 as we watch Sanith on the right side of your screens, pitching it out on hole number 1. As we saw him hitting a provisional of the first, we're assuming that's his first shot that he managed to find. And Varun Chopra screens on the left. Little 4-footer comfortably in the middle of the hole. As we're moving on the day 3, we're getting closer to the leader group and our Amar on the left side of our screen seems to be with a 3-footer. Shouldn't be too much trouble, but giving it a careful look. And he's made that comfortably. Moving on to the next one as we watch Sanith now taking careful aim as well. Not the most comfortable of lies, seems to have been on a little slide downhill, which probably helped him because the ball had a little release as well.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
This is Tata Steel, and this
Seems to have taken a confident swipe at it, content with the result, making way for Manu. Manu, as we all know, the Order of Merit winner from last year, the PGTI, the number 1 golfer in the country. Took his straight open tour for a year. Has come back to play a few events, and always special to have a golfer like him, the 27-year-old from DLF Country and Golf Club from Gurgaon, also taking aim with seems to be a rescue, a hybrid club in his hands. A quick recoil, quick pick up of the tee, always a good sign for golfers. Content with how he hit his first shot. And as we watch Saptak Talwar, the man everybody is chasing here on day 3. Saptak sits pretty at 11 under par, had a wonderful 2 rounds of golf. He hails from the JP Greens Golf Resort in Greater Noida. Only 24. Yet to have a win on tour, but that soon will change. He'd hope it changes this week itself. Confidently going through his routine. Has an iron in his hands. Takes a full swipe at it. Looking at it a little longer than he would have preferred, but moving off the tee shouldn't be too much of trouble. This is us covering the leader group for you now. As we have an update on squad, we've got these guys. Sana taking aim on number 1, which I would assume is for his par. Syed Saqib Ahmad seems to have Meme seems to have hit it a little right and a little over the flag in the bunker on the par 3, and I wouldn't be too impressed with that bunker shot. Maybe the lie wasn't the best to begin with. As we now have Aman Raj carefully measuring his birdie putt. Aman Raj has begun his day at 9 under par, only 2 adrift from Sapar. So a winner twice this year. He'd like to have a say for that trophy by the end of this week. And he gives it a comfortable roll, makes his birdie on the first, and he gets straight into the work without a problem at all. Dusharon making a putt on the par 3. Should be content with that as we watch Shamim and Pukhraj take measure of what they have to do. Sanit left himself what looks like a 3-footer. He makes that. He'd be happy to move on to the next one. We'd update you soon on what he made on number 1. Taking the putter out, we knowing Shamim, even though it's a little off the green, he'd definitely fancy a chance here, especially knowing it's for par. Both Shamim and Caddy taking a very careful look at it, trying to pinpoint exactly where the roll should be.
Yeah, his caddy Gulu has been a trusty man Friday since quite a while. Both of them have made a
For his par, as we watch Saptak on live feed number 2, our current leader take a swipe on number 1. I think he's left it a little short.
Interesting to note that Shamim Khan still leads the money career earning list. Impressive record. He's at 4 crore and 69 lakh from 287 events. He had a fantastic record. About 1.7 lakh per event, so shows you that whenever he tees up, he does mean business. And followed by the legend Mukesh Kumar. Surprising, you'd always think that Mukesh would be ahead in that list, given that he has had so many victories. And Rashid Khan has at 144 events, already at 3.6 CR. There's a similar comparison between Sachin and Virat. Rashid not taking much time to climb up on that ladder, as we have a look at Manu here, who now plays most of his golf on the DP World Tour.
Yes, and Rashid is one of those quintessential fearless players. Can only see the flag. Always wants to make his putts even if he's feet away. And Manu with a decent jab at number 1, leaving himself under the hole. A little longer than what he'd hoped for, but that seems to be the exact range from where we watched Aman Raj make his birdie. So
I think players are wary of going over that flag. Don't want to be faced with that tricky up and down. So tending to not throw caution to the wind. And we have a look at the career earning. Chika Rangappa. I think he has a better earning rate than even Rashid Khan. He's only played 98 events and is at 3.11 CR. So it's only a matter of time before they usurp Shamim Khan. But it just shows you that the younger generation also has a lot of money to play for Bunt. So that makes a lot of difference as well.
I think if you adjusted it, then there would still be a little gap between Rashid, Chikka, and Mukesh and Shamim, because Shamim and Mukesh have had a very, very coveted.
That's if you look at this list, you look at Om Prakash Chauhan there at number 5. So maybe he's won close to about 8 or 9 events. There are a few other players who come to mind, maybe the likes of Ashok Kumar, who you would think that they'd be higher up, but it just goes to show you he's that.
If you look at the number of events played by Om Prakash, interesting that he's almost played as many events as Mukesh Kumar and Shamim Khan, which also goes to show that Om Prakash, I think, has really jumped up the ranks in recent years. Maybe not as much early on in his career, because he's been in the most hot form of golf in the recent past as anyone else.
And I think playing a lot of tournaments is also testament to his fitness. You rarely see him waylaid by an injury or out, and that's a big factor when it comes to having a good career. Is that as you have a look at Karthik, that you don't miss too many events owing to injury.
He'll underborrowed there, but actually that's a good topic of contention. There's a lot of younger viewers watching golf, and maybe if you're listening to us, fitness is also important, because if you go higher up through tours, you need fitness just to travel and just to have your body ready to play golf, and then obviously you need to be fit to play golf and maintain your health and your body and everything. But travel takes a lot of toll, especially if you look at all the guys who play on the Asian Tour, and if you go higher up to the European Tour, and maybe if you go higher up and play on the PGA Tour, like guys like Anirban, Gaganjeet Bhullar, Shubhankar Sharma, the amount of travel and the toll it takes on their bodies just because they have to get from point A to point B, it requires a certain level of fitness as well.
As we have a look at that multi-screen view on hole number 1, and also Gaurav Pratap Singh visible on the third green. One thing that you have to think, if you have to draw a parallel between cricket and golf, you see that Virat Kohli and MS Dhoni rarely missed matches in their career because of an injury. I think I read a stat that Virat has only missed 2 matches owing to an injury. So that shows you the level of fitness and strength you require to be an elite sportsman. So playing a lot of events in itself is a testament to your longevity. And then the more shots that you have, chances of playing events, you're eventually going to get there.
And like you can see a lot of direct fitness required in cricket because of the explosive nature of it. But golf has a different toll on your body, because these are players, including yourself, when you were playing highly competitively week in, week out. We're producing crazy amounts of speed and accuracy, turning around the spine of the body, making a golf ball go a fair distance, and also the direction and line, the hand going through that, the impact through the ground, through the grass, through sand. It takes a lot of effort. And as you watch Manav making a lovely stroke there.
He made that look pretty effortless, but you're right. This fitness plays such a big factor. Just to show up every week, let alone how you play. It's important that you compete. As they say, if you're not going to buy a ticket, you're not going to win the raffle. So,
Manu now on hole number 1. We watched his approach coming a little short. Attempt for his birdie. I won't be surprised if he gives it a very, very fair chance.
You've traveled with Shubhankar quite a bit on the European Tour, being a good friend of Shubhankar. You had the opportunity of being on his bag and caddying for him on the big European Tour events. What is something that you have seen in terms of ball striking from Shubhankar? And if you compare him to the other European Tour golfers and you compare them to our players, what are some of the key takeaways that you have for our viewers who think that European Tour is DP World Tour is obviously the pinnacle of golf, but where would you rate some of our better players?
I think I know a lot of Shubhankar's journey also before I went to watch him play on that tour. I think he's one of those guys who's, as we first would watch Akshay Sharma.
The part that we saw that
Gaurav Pratap.
Maybe a little bit of a different line, but you see that change in elevation. But I think if anything, Akshay is a better putter. He's a very good putter, and he gave that a run.
Good run. He left himself this similar putt to what Gaurav had. But going back to the conversation about Shubhankar, I think he puts it up quite well himself. He says, "I've always tried to be a student of the game, and um, he's always trying to learn, always trying to get better. Even currently in his off season, he went to the US to work on a few things on his golf clubs and on his technique to see how he plays in different wind conditions in different grasses to get better. And I think some of the guys that I watched out on the Indian tour, they definitely have the game to compete there. When it comes to just pure skills, I think a lot of golfers are not far behind. But to execute it where it matters and to execute it in those conditions, I think that's just something that takes experience, and that can only come if you just keep going higher up and you keep putting yourself in those conditions.
Yeah, so I think one of the motivating factors is going to be that opportunity to finish number one.
Saptak now would love to make this putt with a little tricky length, but he'd love to start with the par, calm those nerves down, because this is fairly new territories for him as well, and comfortably does so.
Akshay now.
One of the more impressive things I watched this year is actually, Shaurya, was I watched Shubhankar play a few big events, including the Masters, and this year I got to watch him at the British Open, and we spent a fair amount of time there on the golf course as well. And Arjun Sharma was also there with me. We were there with his family, and we watched a lot of golf. And we watch on our twin screens first. We watch Akshay tapping in what seems to be a 4-footer, but he made it look easy.
Yeah, very confident putter is Akshay. That's he's one of the few putters on tour that gives you that. When you're watching him, you get that positive energy that he's going to make that putt. It's a lot about body language, the way he lines up.
Absolutely.
You can actually decipher a lot about how a player is lining up to a putt. He always is very assertive. As we have a look at Rohan.
Ravi Kumar.
Yeah, my apologies. Ravi Kumar here.
But you're right. I think a lot of golfers you just see when they stand over the ball, whether it's for a drive or a putt, you just like, they're not going to miss this. Sometimes there's just this energy that the
Yes.
players have. You're quite right about that. And I think it goes to show why Akshay Sharma has just been knocking on the door for this, especially the second half of the season.
I think it's across sports. You can feel that as a viewer and somebody as a connoisseur of the sport. It's almost perceptible. You can see it as what they say, the zone. Getting in the zone, you can see players. Some of the players find it so much more easier when they're standing over sort of precarious putts, maybe 4 to 6 feet, which are breaking one way or the other. There's a certain confidence in the way they go about it. Even when they miss it, it doesn't seem to irk them, or they're certain that they have done their bit, and that's where you need to. That's the level you need to aspire to. It's not always about how good you play; it's also about how you play the game with confidence. Because
more there.
Golf is, if you have a look at.
I think being professional golfers ourselves, sometimes we do get to see the difference as we watch Aman Raj from off the hole. Seems to have left it a little short.
I missed it on the other line. On the left side, we've seen quite a few miss it on the right, but eventually it's also about how you play the game. Being somebody who's sort of been more meticulous and deliberate and taken his time, it tends to take a toll on you. And you see some of the other players where it feels so effortless, and they're sort of accepting the result. That's so important. How you play the game is more important than how well you play the game. Eventually, it determines the outcome.
But I think a lot of golfers struggle from working on the game too much, and the mind takes a backseat, and not realizing that golf, I think, of all sports, is probably the most mental as well. I mean, you require a high level of skill to be good at it to begin with. But to have the execution, especially week in, week out.
The caddy pointing towards the right edge of that cup. So according to the caddy, this ball should break a little bit to Sanith's left. Let's see if he has given him the correct line. He has, and Sanith has executed beautifully as well.
Sanith, a bit of a shaky start, one would assume, but He's one of those players who gets in hot and can just turn a golf course on its toes. Do you want the pro tracers? Number one.
You saw the ball coming in a lot flatter for Shamim Khan. Pukhraj with that left-right ball flight that he favors. Raj also tends to hit the ball really high, but maybe on this occasion going with the stinger of the tee.
I think Aman Raj is one of those. Aman Raj is one of those confident players. He's at a point in his golfing career where he's having fun with the sport.
Yeah, that's so important. Enjoy the game of golf. As you see, Pukhraj. On hole number 3. So players tend to play off to the right fairway here. Avoid the out of bounds and then maybe have a 9-iron or a pitching wedge for the longer hitters coming in. That's a good run by Pukhraj.
Pukhraj also found a run in form recently. He's very finicky, very picky about golf clubs, always figuring out the science of how things work, the biomechanics, and the different weights, different flexes on the shaft. It's a lot. It's very interesting to actually have a chat with him, and he can go on for hours and hours and hours. And I've enjoyed a lot of those conversations with him. And quite a golfing family as well. 2 younger brothers, both professional golfers as well. One of them in the field this week. Unfortunately, he's missed the cut. But quite an interesting, jovial young man, Sukhrat Singh Gill. He got Dhruv Sharon. Made a good one on the previous hole, leaving the flag in. Sure, what do you think of the roll? Oh, he's he's had a little 360, but as long as they go in.
Yeah, I personally don't quite prefer to keep the flag inside 10 feet. Tends to impede upon the line that I tend to take. It sort of confuses the eyes, especially if you're aiming outside the hole. And a lot of players do prefer it. I don't think it has any advantage. You're not going to be hitting it that firm that the flag will aid it. Maybe beyond 15 feet, it makes sense because it can be used as a backstop. What about yourself?
I think I'm there with you. I prefer the flag out as well because visually for me, it just feels like the hole's cut in half.
Exactly. The hole looks smaller.
Yeah, the hole looks smaller and it is quite small to begin with, especially on days when you don't have the rub of the greens.
For somebody that it always looks like a bucket, as Shamim Khan. He's made a living off that putter, as Shamim.
But it's an interesting question because you've played a lot more golf than I have, and you've played on tour for a lot of years as well. There seems to be some guys who just are better putters consistently over a period of time compared to everybody. Like you said, Shamim Khan is one of them. Mukesh Kumar comes to mind as well. It's different because there are so many elements to putting as well, like reading the green, getting the speed right, making the stroke. But is there something that they just do better when it comes to reading the green, or they're just more confident, or their approach is just such that they just happen to make more putts than everybody else?
I think that I often thought of there's a certain player that always does well on the putting green, and you can see it by the feel in the hands. I know that's not too simple to do this all the time, but you can see it on a practice green. You can see Rashid Khan, you can see Shamim Khan, Mukesh Kumar. There's something different in the way that they line up, and that actually boils down to repetition. So a lot of players don't really give that much preference to technique in terms of putting, but whatever technique you do use, it must produce a consistent. So these players have actually done that a lot better than the others. They are sort of conventional in their putting style, maybe a little bit of a forward shaft lean for Mukesh Kumar. But if you look at all in all, their putt methods are not using cack-handed putting technique. They're not using longer putters. They're very traditional. So what they have done, they've been conventional in their putting style. They've been consistent over the years, and they have a very good repetitive path. So that reduces the stress inside 4 feet. So where a good putter will actually shine is inside 4 feet. And that enables that he can be a lot more aggressive from 10, 15, 20 hole. So they make a lot more putts, and because that confidence from within like 4.5, 5 feet, they're never afraid to go for the putt. And so if you're always searching for a stroke or trying for a new technique, changing your putters, maybe trying a claw grip and so on and so forth, you'll rarely ever see, if you look at it, the best putters over the years have been the ones who use consistent technique overall because they've never had to switch. And
They're
on the
very
other
sure of
hand,
what they do.
you'll see that players who are struggling, they'll go with the lower hand down and whatnot. But the most consistent putters, you'll find them with the consistent putting grip because they know that the path is always repeating and they do the basics really right. I've seen Rashid Khan, I've seen Shamim laying those sticks down, for that path, putting those tees. They do the basics and they do them really well over and over again.
And guys we're talking about, usually, if you look at them, they're far from the textbook kind of putting, even though they're conventional. Like Rashid, I've seen with his toe up, and Harinder Gupta is just in his stroke, but they do it very well most of the times. You watch. Seems to have done a very good job of that, actually.
But coming back to your point, obviously there'll be some improvisation in terms of toe up or standing too close, but all in all, you'll see that it is still the conventional left hand up, right hand down, sort of putting. Very rarely, the only one I can think of who's a very good putter with the lower hand down is Anirban Lahiri.
Yeah.
Hand down, but he's always been like that. I don't remembering even when we were playing golf, I remember him using that technique. So that's maybe something that he started off with. So it shows you that they really have that path narrowed down. They'll have bad putting days, but they stick to it. That's the difference.
It's still about making short strokes, whether it goes in the ball or you have a great day or a bad day on the greens. Funny story, actually. I don't know if you'll appreciate me sharing this, but I was recently playing. I think as recent as 2 weeks back, he was playing in South Africa. And he calls me up and he says, "Watch Manu."
Different line on this one. It's the first time we're seeing somebody on that side of the green, a little further to the right.
I think this is the two-putt region where you'd be comfortable making two strokes and moving on to the next.
Yeah, but if you put stroke on this, might have a chance because this would break a little from right to left. There's not much confusion in terms of line.
If you're Manu Gandas and a multiple winner in one season, you'd give it a shot.
Almost. It's a good run.
Signs of a good confident player.
See, that's sense. You'll see that it's almost perceptible to see a good player on a putting green. It'll always skirt the hole and go feet by. And on the other hand, if you're not sure if you're hitting those putts gingerly, they'll sort of trail off one way or the other. They'll miss by a larger margin. The eventual, the radius to the hole might be the same. You might find him 3 feet away, but the way that a confident putter will always be going for the hole, and that's how they make more birdies.
Always giving it an opportunity.
So it makes a lot of difference. And I think not many people understand that it's a big difference. It's a game changer. Is how you putt and how aggressively you can putt.
Just over the, just off the green, but under the hole. So
similar line to where we saw Udian. A lot easier though. This is birdie territory for him.
I think. Do you think Satak might have a few nerves going on given the situation he's in?
Maybe, but it's still the third day, so it's not the final day. I'm pretty certain that he won't be feeling much. If it were the final day, it's sort of uncharted waters, then you could still understand. But he's made quite a few cuts and had good finishes and does often shoot low numbers. So the third won't really be feeling it. And he's also playing alongside friends, so he's not going to be overawed by the situation.
Definitely not going to have any nerves running into this round. This is very familiar territory for him.
Yeah, so you're telling us that story about Shubhankar.
Yes, so he's playing a tournament in South Africa, and Shubhankar, as we all know, is one of the formidable ball strikers, one of the best ball strikers in the world, to be honest. And watch Akshay Sharma cleaning up comfortably, and he tells me that you know what, I figured out what I was doing with my putting, and I'm gonna like stick to this. And he goes left hand below right, and first day of the tournament, he plays a decent round, and he's like, you know what, this is very sorted. I'm doing this right. My release is happening this way, that way. He's very confidently sure that it's happening. By the end of the tournament, he calls me. He's like, I'm done with this. I don't want to do anything with this grip. I hate it. I'm going to go back to what I was doing. This is not working for me. So that goes to show how much more impressive someone is if they've had a consistent putting stroke and grip through years. Because even the best players, certainly the best Indian golfer, one of the better Indian golfers in world golf, is unsure of his putting stroke.
Yeah, that obviously there will be times, there will be sort of peaks and troughs. Even Tiger Woods went to a mallet putter. You would never imagine that he would change that sort of blade putter that he had. So that will happen. But on the whole, they will be, their stroke will be pure. Because they have high expectations as well. And golf.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
As well, but he's tried all putting techniques. Now he's comfortable with the mallet, but you never know. It doesn't give you that feeling that he is going to hold that putt, and that's primarily because when you switch so many techniques, nothing is really grooved in. And if you sometimes it's also innate ability. God doesn't give you everything, especially the golfing gods. You can be a good ball striker, or you can be a good putter. Rarely will you find somebody who's a great putter and a great ball striker. You see Rashid Khan, as we go back to hole number 3.
Ravi Kumar, quite a long attempt for his, what I would assume is a birdie attempt.
Somebody that comes to mind is Rashid Khan. That he's a exemplary putter. That's the part of his game that stands out. He's a very consistent iron striker. He has control on his ball, but he's not somebody who's not that the ball is really coming off the face with that sound. He gets the job done in terms of an iron striking, but he's just making a living on the putting greens. He's very good on days with his iron striking, but that's not what he's known for. And then you look at somebody like Ashok Kumar, who was just a ball striking machine in his heyday. Fantastic long driver. He could hit those towering 3 irons, and that ability that he had. So it's very rare that you have everything going for you. Shamim Khan, on the other hand, has been very consistent. As we have a look at
now, a little under the hole, used to be a 5-6 footer.
Yeah, 5-6 feet. Not much mystery here. I think can just line it up in the middle. Yeah, well done.
I think also with the better ball strikers, I feel the downfall on the putting greens is because of the ball striking. Because I've seen a lot of these guys, especially having watched obviously Shubhankar very closely, having watched players like Rory and all these other guys on those, the world number ones and the world top 10 players. And I think the problem is that they're so good with the ball striking that they have more opportunities to make putts as well.
Exactly.
So they also have opportunities to miss the putts as well, in comparison to guys who may be hitting lesser greens, fewer greens, and they're chipping it up close and making pars. Raman Raj cleans up on hole number 3.
You've made a very valid point. It's not putting also is sort of precipitated by the way you strike the ball. It has everything to do with it. The putter can only bail you out of jail a few times, but if you just can't hit the fairways and you're always struggling with 8-7 footers for par, that pressure will grind you down. So if you're a great ball striker, you'll have really good days of putting, and then you're more circumspect of your putting because you have a lot more opportunities. So you're seeing the putts that are being missed because you are being faced with a lot more birdie putts from that range.
I think this is which is why you watch these guys when they have the putter running because of their ball striking, as Ravi Kumar cleans up as well. You'd see these guys go low. They're not shooting 4, 5 under par rounds there. They're shooting 8 unders, 9 unders, 10
Exactly.
unders because Shubhankar, when he won in Malaysia, he shot a 10 under par the final round. And his ball striking was the same as every other day. He made more putts that day. It's the same when he won the tour championship held at RCGC. When he had a duel with Rashid, and he shot an 8 under par in the first round. He holds the course record at DLF at 8 under par as well. It's just the ball striking is always there. It's just about making putts on that day, and most of the days when you get a few more opportunities than other players purely because you strike the ball better, you're also going to miss more putts, and then that can play in the head because you
Yes.
think that you're missing more putts than making them, whereas you're just hitting the ball better.
Yeah, you'd rather have that issue though than struggling for up and down and try to, that's why I always say kudos to Shamim Khan. He has our respect as a player and even as a viewer of golf because, he's not bestowed with that prodigious length of the tee. And yet he's able to go toe to toe and dominate. So that's really fascinating. Even Mithun Pereira, somebody comes to mind. He played well at the Grand Thornton Open, and we had that conversation. He's hitting 3 woods from 210 yards. Imagine how
It's also
difficult that
impressive.
game is.
I mean, to watch players hit 7 9 6 irons from 210 is impressive, but to watch players hit 3 woods from that distance and
Beautiful drone shot of this wonderful city, Pink City, what it's called. It's fascinating. So much history, heritage here, royalty, and this is a state to visit and a city to visit if you are indeed an avid history lover or even just like the game of golf. There's so much to do here in Jaipur. And as we have a look at that beautiful shot, we also want to talk about a few of the tour partners: Tata Steel Group, Amrutanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, Bisleri International Private Limited, Vedika Himalayan Spring Water, and Rolex. And a few pointers about this event. Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023 powered by AU Small Finance Bank is the 19th event and also the last full field event on the 2023 Tata Steel PGTI season. And it's important for a lot of players who are on the bubble. What do I mean by that? Players who are in and around the 60th position to try and secure their place because they want to play the lucrative season ender, the 3 crore tour championship presented by Tata Steel. The tour championship. And this tournament carries a prize fund of 1 CR. Mr. Bhawani Singh Rathore is the presenting partner for the tournament, and AU Small Finance Bank is the tournament sponsor. A little bit about the presenting partner. Mr. Bhawani Singh Rathore has his origins in Rajasthan, is a professional golfer himself, and has played a few events on the PGTI. Holds a law degree from Oxford University and was also part of the Oxford golf team.
quite the honor to have, quite the achievement to go with, and also quite the honor for the players to be presented by such a person.
Yes, love for the game of golf runs deep. And leading professionals in the frame: Manu Gandas, former champions Kalin Joshi, Aman Raj, Shamim Khan, Sachin Besoyer, Rahul Ganji, Udayan Mane. Quite a constellation of stars. The only one missing, unfortunately, Om Prakash Chauhan, who's missed the cut. He would really be feeling left out of the party, but that's the nature of the beast. As we have a look at Manu Gandas on hole number 3.
You watch Sampachari having a careful look at the group as well.
Oh, that's going to be a very difficult one coming back. Seems to have caught a flyer there. That happens when there's a little bit of grass underneath the ball and you can't quite gauge that. It's going to be a very difficult up and down.
I'd be surprised if he seemed to have been on the fairway, but he's left himself a very, very tricky third shot.
That's a big drive right there.
Maybe a little adrenaline for the leader, and Satak's a very good driver of the ball.
I'm surprised that they're all hitting this fairway. In years past, they'd play the fairway adjacent to it in order to sort of negate the out of bounds altogether. As you can see, he's only about 10 or 15 yards from that fence. On the other side lurks the out of bounds. So it also shows you that the players are confident of. In years past, you'd see players try to hit it or hike it over those trees and play on the other side. Maybe the trees have grown a lot taller, so that option is no longer on the table.
Because also these guys would be the more confident players this week in the field, given how they're performing currently. Is Saptak takes a swipe, and
That's a brilliant shot by Saptak. That's how you get it done.
absolutely showing the multiple winner Manu.
And we've also gotten an update that Saptak is indeed sharing the top spot with Aman Raj. Let's see if he can run one shot clear now. And some of the others out on the golf course having a good day. Syed Saqib Ahmed, 3 under par today. Pranav Madrikar, Udayan Mane, and Rohan Dhole Patil, 2 under par. Dhruv Sharon, based out of Gurugram, also at 2 under par for the day, and 9 under for the tournament. So a lot of low scores in the offing.
Absolutely, we just started there, and Dhruv Sharon has also had the fortune of playing a little cricket with me. One of the faster bowlers had a quick start today as well.
Yeah, I didn't quite know that Dhruv is also taken to the game.
Absolutely, I'm trying to convert everybody.
Yeah, we've seen that your team is quite the one that everybody wants a spot in it.
Cricketers turning to golf, golfers turning to cricket. It's always a good thing to have more than one sport in your bank.
Yeah, it's a good sport to keep yourself limbered up and keep your fitness. Just avoid getting hit by that ball. That's the only thing.
I think cricket team misses the quicker ones that you throw. I still remember the stumps flying out.
Those are good old days.
Don't
But yes,
be fooled by the grey hair on Mr. Shaurya. He's quite the quickie when it comes to cricket.
I played quite a few matches after that, and with a few of my classmates from my MBA team, and they would only give me bowling. I would bowl well, but I would always yearn to bat. But it's very difficult to get to bat, and that's the thing in cricket. No matter how well you enjoy bowling, but you really like to stand and bat. I know the lusty sixes you hit. Talking about sixes, this is where that Manu Gandas would need the touch of a surgeon and not the brute strength of a power hitter. It's a very difficult shot coming up. He's chipping into the green and not much green to work with. What do you think is a good shot from here?
I think a little depends on the lie, but even Akshay Sharma seems to have short-sighted himself and hit it onward.
Maybe the referee there. That's what happens. Sometimes the referee is there and you get a little bit of adrenaline that I must move a little faster. I know that feeling.
I think I would lob it up directly on the green, because I think the greens are quick, but they're not lightning speed. To make sure that I don't leave it short and put it back.
A very difficult shot, given the fact that it's nestled down. I would think that
he seems to be putting it in the back of his stance.
Yeah, I think that anything within 15 feet is a good shot. Just give yourself an opportunity for par. Don't want to drop more than one shot here. With a lower shot, bump and run, and
he's left it short.
It's an unfortunate soft bounce for him there. You would have expected, but that's what happens when you sort of. That's one of the only defense on this golf course, is that you can short side yourself if you get too aggressive.
No, not going to charge. Not feeling too, but I think with Manu, as long as the ball stays up after that approach shot, a bogey would be something that you won't mind.
So talking about your time on the European tour alongside so many other players, and I want to know that in terms of distance of the tee, is there anyone in Europe who would be hitting it longer than you?
Longer than me?
That's a genuine question.
There would be yeah, because I think
and it's not. I mean, I know you don't need to be humble, but the fact that I want to just tell our viewers a little bit about Ainesh's background. Ainesh is also a professional golfer, and he's probably the longest hitter that I've seen in my life. He's been a professional for While I know that you hit it long, but you're having difficulty control the way the direction it goes. I know you've sort of struggled with accuracy of the tee, but as far as pure distance and striking ability, rarely have I ever seen somebody hit that drive. I think you carry it good over 310 yards. As we have a look at Manu here,
Just slides it by.
so where does the distance taper off? Because you see it on TV, you see Rory McIlroy, and you see it's long, and I think of some of our long hitters, Abhijit Chadda, Veer Alawat, and I'm sure there's so many others. Mari Muthu. In terms of length, does it get more than that?
I don't think so. I mean, I've watched. I can speak for myself. I don't think I'd be the longest there. I think there'd be a few guys, very few guys. If you watch Ravi Kumar on field number 2, comfortably makes his putt. So he's having a decent start today.
Yeah, good putt there by Ravi on hole number 4, the par 3. This par 3 plays to about 190 yards with a center flag, so you see a lot of players going with a 6 iron.
That's a fair distance. And Akshay, as we see on our left, and Sanit on our right. Sanit seems to be having only 7 and 8 footers today to contend with.
See how Akshay putts. I mean, it's almost craning over the putt, but he's looking to make the putt. Look at that. It's his body language. He's extremely positive when he's putting. He's looking. There's a difference. There's a putter who's hoping to make the putt. When you're from 5 feet, you just sort of hit it and you hope this one goes in, and you're a little scared of it. But there's another one who's a lot more confident and is actually looking to hold those putts, and that's the difference I feel on the green. That can make a world of difference.
Yeah, I think as a viewer, also you're a little more sure of Akshay when he's standing over the putt. Sanit slides it by. Unfortunate miss for him.
Something that comes to mind is Bernhard Langer when he had those yips. You'd watch him on TV from when he missed that putt in Ryder Cup. You see him from 3-4 feet, and there was a time that he couldn't hold anything. So it's perceptible to the viewer as well. You can see the nervous energy.
Saptak has got a little left tuck of the t-shirt under his arm.
And there's a lot of wear on the center of that putter. There's a lot of wear in the center of the putter, so you know that Saptak is a good putter.
Tell me you're a professional golfer without telling me you're a professional
Yeah, that's
golfer.
a good one. Fantastic putt. See, he's a confident putter as well as Saptak.
All those hours putting green seems to be working for him here. He'd be happy with that birdie.
Yeah, so coming back to our discussion, there would be a few that you're saying would be still longer than you.
Bryson definitely post his extreme transformation into wanting to hit it further than everybody else. Manu for a cleanup.
Talking about transformation, I've seen Manu over the years. He's definitely beefed up as well. You can see that the arms are a lot more stronger. There, you can tell that he's carrying around power packers. That's why he gets that ball there.
But yes, there won't be a lot of guys. I do hit it quite far, and even guys like Veer and Abhijit Chadda, they'd be up there with a lot of the guys as well. But I think that's where the conversation gets interesting, because the average distance is quite high to begin with, and it's not that you can't play if you're hitting it shorter, but it's not even an advantage. It is something that's practically almost needed now, as we watch Gaurav Pratap with his pre-shot routine on this putt.
Gaurav Pratap Singh here at hole number 5.
First look at hole number 5. Can you describe what?
Yeah, so I'm seeing this hole. Oh, look at that! Yeah.
It's a beautiful cover.
Brilliant putt by Gaurav Pratap Singh. What score is he at currently? So Gaurav Pratap Singh is currently at 5 under par. This is hole number 6. My apologies, the par 3. So a slight change that has been made. This par 3, there's an addition of this water hazard as well. So you normally going in with about a 9 iron, 150, 60 odd yards. In the foreground, you can see the players waiting for their turn to hit as well.
I'm going through his routine. He'd like to emulate what Gaurav just did, and he scrapes it by a little burn of the edge. He would have loved to make that.
He's got a serious look going on with that dark sweater and his shades or spectacles. I'm not quite too sure what they are.
Don't be fooled by the Godfather looks. He like any other person enjoys a dab at a little Golgappa. Time to time, he's my chart partner
Yeah, it looks
in
very
Gurgaon.
has a very serious disposition about him.
He's surprisingly one of those kids who's very nonchalantly funny. You receive a few of his texts on WhatsApp, and he's hilarious and good person to hang out with.
Talking about somebody who's hilarious, I must give a shout out to our friend Rocky.
The flag bearer of Indian golf when it comes to comedy.
I mean, good slapstick comedy. Kushal, a very good golfer in his own right, and a good cricketer, and a very jovial character to be around. So, Kushal, if you're watching our broadcast, good hello and good morning to you. So, there's been an addition on this hole, on hole number 6, that hazard there, making this hole a little more difficult. It was a very accessible green at one point in time.
It's a lovely shot at the golf course.
You know what they say about golf? Golf is a good walk spoiled. So you can well imagine that when you look at this sort of quaint setting, nice, benign, no wind, just enjoy your round. But it never quite works out like that. You always think that you're going to enjoy a round of golf, but as soon as the competitive juices start flowing, the disappointment sort of goes hand in hand.
Absolutely. I think for the most part, golf is like a constant stress management. I mean, even the better players, I'm not saying they don't enjoy it if they're always under stress, but as we take a look at the leaders of the year, actually, this season, Om Prakash Chauhan sitting pretty at the number 1 spot, quite a fair distance between
He's
him.
broken a record as well. He's already at a record prize money. He's at 1 crore 13 lakh. He's already, unfortunately, he's not going to be adding to that tally. Sachin can get closer to him. Sachin currently sitting in at 8 under par, so maybe he is still in with a shot to win this tournament if he can get to maybe about 80 and then be in with a mathematical chance, because the final event will give the winner close to 45 or 47, 48 lakh. But there's a lot of money, so you can usurp Om Prakash Chauhan, but I think it's not going to be easy. He's not going to be. He's going to be smarting from this miscut this week, and I'm certain that he's going to come out all guns blazing. He'll get that card on the DP World Tour as well, kind courtesy his number 1 position. So you'll have, and I personally feel he is the best iron striker on tour. He's the most consistent. If you look at him, his he doesn't miss much. He's very solid in the way that he plays golf. Maybe not the longest, but he's a devastating force. He's almost akin to Mukesh Kumar in his prime. He's very consistent, very solid, left to right, and a little longer off the tee than Mukesh was in his prime. And I think that he can actually hold his own on a tour like DP World Tour.
Absolutely, and I think he's had a little experience on the Challenge Tour as well, which means that he knows a little bit of the conditions that he's going to face. And I think that's what happens also for guys going on time, such new conditions, very different people, very different cultures, going through that entire process takes a bit of time getting used to it, and I think that's a challenge in itself. And I think golf is something that these guys are so good at that if they play in those conditions long enough, they're going to adapt regardless of where they are in the world. I think it's these other factors that they need to get used to.
Keep giving yourself more opportunities, and talking about opportunities, there's one to get yourself from the jaws of defeat and try to make fun there from the
Feel little too much green to work with, so you'll have to push it out quite a bit.
I think you called that really well to work with, so it gets a little difficult, my shot, when you have a target to pitch it to from the bunker. On the other hand, when you just sort of bunt it out of the bunker, it's a little easier.
It wasn't a very difficult shot. I think the lie was all right as well, but just maybe the pressure situation thing. But all three players seem to have not hit a very comfortable shot.
Yeah, this is not the easiest of holes. It placed about 185, 190, and it's a pretty small target. The depth of the green is not that much. Neither is the width. There is a slight OB on the left-hand side. Visually, there's a shot of the green, so it's not an inviting target. You can't quite roll it up either, pitch it up. So you have to hit a high shot, and no space to miss it, so as to speak.
It's one of those challenging holes on the golf course then.
Yes, par is a good score on this hole.
His chip shot, which we would have liked it to be a little closer than that. We'll have some work to do.
And for those of you joining us on ABP Network, we'd like to tell you that you're watching the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This golf course, the venue golf course this week is Rambagh Golf Club at Jaipur, and the format is stroke play. Your leader currently is Saptak Talwar at 12 under par, being followed closely by Aman Raj at 11 under par, Dhruv Sharon at 10 under par. And there's a tie at fourth position between Manu Gandas and Akshay Sharma. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host, Ainesh Aluwalia. And we'll be bringing you the third day's action, which is today as well as tomorrow. This is the penultimate event on the Professional Golf Tour of India calendar for 2023. It's a big event, this one. All the stars have descended upon Rambagh Golf Club. You have American Varun Chopra, who's leading the international charge. On your screens on the left-hand side is Akshay Sharma, the player from Chandigarh, multiple winner on tour. And you have Sukra Bahadur Rai, K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, Kevin Steve Rigel from Andorra, Badal Hussain from Bangladesh. So a total of 5 international players who've made the cut this week. And the Professional Golf Tour of India will also have its qualifying school in the month of January and February. This will be played over multiple qualifying stages, culminating into the final qualifying stage, where you have a total of approximately 40 cards for A players, A category, and then maybe another 30, 40 for the B category. So at the end of the year, you have top 60 players on the merit list, and ties who earn their A card, position 40 to 60 to 100, get a B card. So they get a few tournaments depending on the depth of the field. And they must return to the qualifying school as well. So being in the top 60 is imperative for a lot of the players. Pukhraj Singh Gill on your screen on the right-hand side, putting for his birdie. On the left-hand side, you have Saptak, our leader, putting for par after that errant tee shot and that underwhelming bunker shot. We'll have this turning from his left to right. Unfortunately, he's going to drop a shot and he'll find himself in with a tie with Aman Raj at 11 under. Look at Shamim Khan in his electric buzzers.
And we both have the red and blue going on, quite fashionable together.
Yeah, I mean, definitely going to the same stylist, our caddy and player. Look at that, as they say, easy like a Sunday morning, that putting stroke.
Effortless as always.
You see him hitting a driver, there's no effort, and obviously the ball also sort of tells the same tale, but that's how he plays his golf.
And that's probably why he's been able to sustain his game as well. He's not putting a lot of pressure on his back.
Yeah, tends to just want to put the ball in the fairway and get it on the green and let the rest happen.
Manu doing a fair cleanup.
But you know, it's a very important point for even the weekend warriors to note that if you can just hit the fairway, you've sort of won 90% of the game. No matter how long you hit it. Just hit the fairway, you get on the green, you'll always have a birdie putt.
That's things that a lot of golfers don't realize. They hit 10 fairways. We watched Dhruv leaves it a little short. Dhruv's having a better day on the greens today.
Yeah, Dhruv Sharon making 3 birdies early in his round is at under.
I think he's going to move back to the past as soon as for the
Could be a breakthrough week for Dhruv. A very affable young man, and had a difficult year last and the year before that. Sort of struggled, had a dip for about a year, and even earlier this year is now finally finding some form. That there's so much competition on top. Even if you're playing your B game and you're shooting sort of level par rounds, you're just not gonna be around. So it's but that's the nature of professional sport. You really have to be firing on all cylinders, and only then will you be noticed.
That's a big point nowadays because you could be playing good for
इनको भी
not good
एयू
enough.
से प्यार हो गया सोच बदलो और बैंक भी एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक बदलाव हमसे है
That addition of that water hazard. Here, there you see the players limbering up. Karthik there.
It does seem to happen. Shreya, how was your warm-up? How did you like to converse with your caddy before the round or during the round? Were you one of the intense players, or once you got to the golf course and once you started your round, you were just relaxed and let everything happen?
No, I couldn't be relaxed. The furthest from it, I remember that I would always try and reach there in time. The stress started even before. It started from the warm-up itself. You land up there and everything seems so rushed. And then when I look back at my brief golfing career, I realized that should have tried to relax a little more. Took things too seriously. And that's what happens when you're playing professional golf. You take it very seriously, meticulous about, hit 25 balls and then have 2 putts and then, hit 4 putts from this angle. And so I was very meticulous in the way that I'd go about everything. As the
Not opposite to what Dhruv seems to be laughing and chirping along at the first. But
I think that's the key.
do you think if you end up playing the qualifying in January, you're maybe going to approach it a little more relaxed now?
Yeah, I think now that's what's happened since I've stopped playing full time. I really do enjoy the opportunities that I get, and that's a big difference. It's you actually enjoy the game of golf. That doesn't happen when we started golf when we were young. The primary reason that we started the game, as you have a look at Sanek there, limbering up, stretching, so important. As you said, early in the mornings, the body is stiff. Open up those joints, stretch the muscles. Is that you enjoy the game. That's how we started. And you even enjoy it as you have wonderful moments there. Customary greeting between the players.
At least you're a little less lonely on your local tour on the PGTI. The higher up you go, it becomes tougher and tougher. It's one of the factors that you have to contend with also.
Aman Raj always looking stylish and resplendent.
I think Aman Raj is one of those guys who's so able when it comes to having a great mind when it comes to sports, because his general personality is just extremely confident. And he transfers that into sport so easily and comfortably.
This was a shot where there was a look of consternation, and I think eventually he did end up finding that ball.
Yeah, he chipped out, made a bogey on that first.
Ravi there with that bearded look that seems to be the flavor of the month, with that big movie coming in that everybody is aping in that look.
Did you get a chance to watch it?
Yes, I did. It's not for the faint of heart, I'll tell you that much. As we have a look at Aman Raj. Yes, you're right. I think he's definitely put on a lot of muscle. That's good to see. That our players are spending so much time and realizing the importance of that.
We don't realize he's very popular in Patna. He's very recognized. He's part celebrity in Patna. His father also a former professional golfer, and he's coached Aman Raj throughout his life. So good to have a confidant like that.
Yes,
So
I
close
think
to you.
father's done a good job so far. She also has a fantastic story, rising through the ranks, coming from humble backgrounds. And that's what golf can do. It's a great equalizer, gives such a good opportunity.
One of the better things about golf also is that
Yeah, Satak looking really cool there.
very calm. He's got a look of his own. It's such an individual sport that at the end of the day, what you do or don't do depends entirely on you. There is no scope for no politics or anything at all.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that
Yeah,
matters.
it kind of cuts both ways, to be honest. Sometimes the team sport, you can get shielded by the
Absolutely.
performance of others, but here they has a little bit of a pause, does Manu?
They all do it differently. And that's what impresses me the most. It's every player has such a different way, such a different mind, such a different approach, such
Good.
different swing theories as well.
Good transition there by Saptak.
You know, when you were playing golf, when you were coming up, not into the professional ranks, but early in your junior amateur career, how much theory around swing, biomechanics, or fitness was available, or was it a conversation that was consistently happening, or was it something that
I think the only thing that we thought about was just go to our coach and just work on a swing. I think biomechanics was not really there at that point in time. Club fitting options were also very few, far in between, and you would normally just order your clubs from abroad, and they would come in and you sort of retrofit them. Fitness was again very individual. Whatever you do, or there were not many people who used to do it. I used to try and go to the gym, but it was sort of figure your own way out. There are not many resources.
look good aesthetically, and that's what fitness made
No,
it was?
for me personally, it was always I had this, I had this crazy obsession with distance, and I don't know if gym ever helped in that. I definitely got injured my wrist in the process, but that's something that I always thought that if I have to play on the bigger tours, there's something that I need to get to that 300 level, but I don't know, gym actually I ended up losing distance, got stiffer. So it's one of those things that you need a lot of guidance. I think that's happened in the last 10 years. Prize fund has increased, international golfers are coming, so it's a natural progression. You've seen players who would probably be playing other sports, the likes of yourself, or you look at Pukhraj, thoroughbred golf is lucrative. It offers you an opportunity. You control your own fate. As you look at hole number 6 here, Ravi Kumar is just coming out of the hazard. It seems like he's on the front edge.
Yeah, that's my story. Just safe from the
I've been lucky just skirting the hazard.
I think it goes to show, and even a hole which is not that long, 3 yards, there is still trouble. You still have to get a good position.
And we also have an opportunity to say hi to our viewers. Please do reach out to us on social media to hear your thoughts and what you like to learn about the game. Which player is your favorite? Should we come to your golf course? Anything you want to know about the game of golf? It's at the end of the day, it's you who make it possible. It's the more you talk about the game of golf, and the great thing about the Professional Golf Tour of India, wherever we go, golf is free to watch.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of the guys who follow golf, who maybe started or are thinking of starting, if you know some of these players, maybe they play close to you, they live in the same city. I think all the golfers are very approachable. You have a chat with them; they're very eager to tell you about the sport and why it is so special.
I think one of the things that I always said, Instagram and social media is such a big thing. If you want to follow a golfer, just write golf after his name. You'll always find him there. And one unique story, I've seen our youngster Shaurya is really good golfer, and I just saw him with Shaurya _ golf because I've already taken Shaurya golf. I was like, I've beaten you. So that's, there's not much imagining involved in terms of those social media names. So, um, but you see the younger lot, Chika Rangappa is one that comes to mind. Proficient in the way that he prepares for golf tournaments. Puts in a lot of work in the gym. Is meticulous and really comes across as a stylish golfer. I'm a big fan of his, the way he plays and very swashbuckling kind of style that he has.
Naman Raj from similar range to Gaurav Pratap, and we know the result of that. He made that lovely putt on this very hole. And Amaraj is having a good run on the day. He's currently
Yes, I think he's got it. He's got it. Is it going to be that day?
Never when it comes to the man from Patna. I think that quick walk was not to take the ball out, it was just to go to the next tee to make another birdie.
You see, when you make a putt, there's a certain amount of swag. See in the way he's walking. He's got the moves of Mick Jagger after making that putt. He's definitely got a lot of swag about him after making that birdie. Get that spring in your step.
Sanath like to follow suit as well, and
he's almost on a similar line.
He's almost and he's slightly closer. He'd 100% want to give it a good run.
Similar line. Should break a little just to his left in the end. Much he's learned from Aman. Apparently a lot. I've never quite seen that,
Wonderful student is Sanit. Good to see him roll one, smile on his face.
Fantastic. This is the first time that we've seen a sort of a duel under the sun. Is it going to be that kind of day? Fantastic putt.
From my golfing family is the Indian version of Minwoo Lee and his sister Minji Lee. Sanit's sister Gorak also, if I'm not wrong, she's also won the Order of Merit once or twice on the WGI. Wonderful golfer herself. Was caddying him last week in DLF.
Ravi would be feeling a little lonely on that green right now, having seen both those players make their putts, and now you're struggling with your par putt. But that's the nature of the beast.
I think he'd be very content, given where he was with his first shot, to get out of a par, to not mean the hazard.
Well done.
And as the day is progressing, we see a few more golfers, a few more putts being made, a few scores moving towards 2, 3, 4 under par. As we watch on our screens, Syed Saqib Ahmed and Pranam Madikar running hot on the day, both at 4 under par currently playing golf course.
Look at that putt, better than most. Definitely that territory, 25 feet. I wouldn't have expected both of them to make it. Not the best of tee shots they had. They were not quite hole high, 25 feet, but they made the most of it. And that's the difference.
As long as
so this group really made good work of this hole.
We take a look at Amar. He must be feeling confident this week because I'm not sure if you know or not. There's a fixed 4-ball every practice round. Amardeep Malik, Angad Chima, Arjun Sharma, and Sudhir Sharma. And they play every year, all tournaments, they play practice rounds together. They have a little game going on.
Yeah, I remember they used to, this quartet was initially, Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan was a part of this quartet, but maybe next year again.
And so this year, they Sudhir Sharma and Arjun Sharma were leading heading into the practice round this week. And Amar and Angad managed to oust them by a couple of holes. So Jamshedpur is going to be.
This seems to be R5, 7th, if I'm not wrong. This looks like the 7th, or is it the 9th? This camera angle is not quite telling us the tale. And we're going to keep you in mystery as well.
That's a lovely stroke by Amardeep.
I think this is indeed hole number 8.
Yeah, take a look for his little cleanup.
Yes, this is par 5 eighth hole reachable for these players.
I was watching an interesting stat of golfers through a couple of decades. I'm not quite sure who the players were. They were big players in the PG Tour, and something interesting in the stats were that their par 5 scoring is so far ahead of their par 4 scoring compared to the field. A lot of these golfers are over par for the par 4s, but they're so severely under par for the par 5s, which goes to show even if you get most golf courses, you get 3 to 4 opportunities, namely par 5s to score on. If you can play the par 5s well and keep your game intact through the rest of the holes, because par 3s and par 4s are slightly tougher most places.
I think that's where either you're an accuracy player or a long hitter. You can't be sort of middle of both. Because if you're a good accuracy player, you'll make a lot of birdies on par 5s. You'll get yourself to about 100 yards. And from 100 yards, you'll invariably make birdies at least 30% of the time. So you'll end up making quite a few birdies that way as well.
Because if you look at the makeup of par 4s, like longer hitters might get wedges, right? But the guys who don't hit it that long, they'll be on the fairways hitting their 9 irons, 8 irons. But on most par 5s, even if you're not reaching on 2, your approach shots are you're hitting wedges.
Yes.
And most guys who are not long hitters are better with their wedges. They have to be, otherwise it's difficult for them to compete. So even if you're not reaching into par 5s, truly give you an opportunity to score. And I think if you take out the stats for the tour here as well, guys who play the par 5s better week in, week out are more consistent when it comes to leaderboards as well.
I think you've brushed up upon a very nice topic, and then we can actually look at it from the stats. Let's see the stats that we can come away with here.
Speaking of also, while we take out some stats,
you look at the birdie leaders as we have a look at Rahil here at hole number 9. The birdie is Om Prakash Chauhan. So as I said, he's a brilliant iron striker, one of the best. Then you have Aman Raj. Aman Raj, not the longest hitter. Om Prakash Chauhan, medium length hitter. Let's have a look at Rahil. Then you have Karan Pratap Singh, who's obviously a little longer than these players. M. Dharma, again, medium to long. Mari Muthu, the only long hitter there at number 6. Kapil Kumar. Abhinav Lohan. Akshay Sharma, maybe, again,
a little longer than medium.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, a little longer than medium. But Harinder Gupta, medium length. So shows you that if you have accuracy, you can make a lot of birdies. And let's also have a look at the eagle leaders. You would assume that this would only be the long hitters.
I think Sudhir Sharma is going to be somewhere up there, as I was right.
Yes, Karan Pratap Singh again. So that shows you that he's doing something right. He's the birdie second on the birdie leader list, and he's leading the eagle stat. 15 eagles, that's a lot. And he makes the most on the final day, huh? 6 eagles on the final, always firing on all cylinders.
Yes, Karan Pratap is one of the most aggressive players I've known. When guys talk about him,
Rohan Dhole Patel now.
Rohan's similar to Karthik in the way he approaches things. He's deliberate with his stance and his pre-shot routine, and very carefully measured everything, every little movement. Slides by.
It's a good aggressive putter. That's what I've seen. And as you have a list, Sudhir Sharma, Harshjeet Singh Sethi. Harshjeet, of course, he's again, he is really long. Won that tournament, the playoff. He hit that green in Coimbatore. So that was an absolute mockery of a par 4, what he did to that hole. So it shows you, obviously, the Eagles tend to favor the longer hitters. You see quite a few of them there. But as far as the birdies are concerned, so it shows you that it's possible. Harinder Gupta, 15th on the Eagle list. But not many, you would not find any.
But also another interesting thing that happened, like 2 players made albatross on the same day. Yesterday, Divyanshu Bajaj made one on the par 5 14th, and Varun Parekh made one on the par 5 8th. Two albatrosses on the same day, the same tournament, quite rare.
I think that would have never happened. That's fantastic, seriously. Hole number 14 and hole number 8.
We have both feeds, and Saptak seems to have missed it a little short as well, but over the water, so nothing to worry about. Leaves himself what seems to be 4-footer for par. Funny trend on this par 3. Is there trouble over the green as well? Because I see it's a few people leaving it short.
Yes, it is it's sort of an uphill green, which is sort of perched up and has sort of fall off areas on either side. So if you end up missing it, especially towards the back, as you've seen, you tend to short side yourself as the green is about maybe 8 or 9 yards above the ground level. So expect a difficult chip shot, especially if you short side yourself on the back. So that's why the players tend to favor the front right. But now with the addition of that water hazard, short siding yourself short of the green is not an option either.
We watch Akshay Sharma with the Lendy approach as well. That seems to be the trend today, though. It seems to be something that players are doing. It's
that's a great putt. Whenever Akshay is putting, that's going to be close. Is it a run? I really do admire the way that he putts. He's gotten aggressive to the game. You don't have to be a long hitter to have an aggressive approach to the game. He's a medium long hitter, but he has very good aggressive approach. When it's go time, he's always backing himself.
Absolutely, and I think that's also an underrated point. A lot of times people think aggressive would mean that you're just firing at all flags and you're trying to hit it as hard as possible, and that's not usually what happens. A lot of the times, an aggressive approach is hitting a 15 feet right on the flag and trying to hold that putt.
Exactly.
You don't have to always try to hit the flag at all times, and I think Manu's probably learned a lot of that on the European tour because being on the bag with Shubhankar and watching a lot of the players, sometimes it's the golf courses, sometimes the conditions. Even the British Open this year, there are so many holes where you're after a 3-wood or a driver, you're hitting an approach with a 3-iron, 2-iron, and those are the golf courses where these players shoot 5-6 under pars. Like John Rahm on the third day there shot I think a 6 or an 8 under par, which to me was such superior golf. And it wasn't because he was trying to hit everything on the flag. It's just you're aggressive with your putts. You watch Manu, who's mostly aggressive with his putting.
Oh, and look at that. You called it.
No commentators curse happening here.
Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. Hopefully not today and tomorrow.
Eventually, it always comes around. They blame the commentator. I say blame.
We just
blame the messenger.
Blame the player for missing the putt. We want them to make all of them.
Brilliant putt there by Manu.
Few putts on this green we've seen.
Yes, sir. Especially from the, coming from the right, and everybody is favoring that because if you miss this green to the left, it's a steep embankment. You just can't make up and down if you miss the green on the left or the back. So the only place that you can sort of miss it is on the right hand side, especially with the flag where it is today.
Saptak would not want to give away his par here. I'm sure he's watched Manu, who's playing alongside him, and there must be leaderboard. They must be aware of what's happening around him.
Yeah, but I think it's too early for him to.
A disappointing miss for him. For sure, one of those players when you were in and around the leaderboards, did you like to know where position you were in or what somebody else was doing?
To be honest, when I was playing well, the only time I would get to around maybe 5th or 6th, the only few times I played the first leaderboard when I was 3rd or 2nd. Mostly my good play, I would think, was top 10. So I would never really bother about where the winners were because I knew that I have to play my game. Probably if I was somebody who was contending to win, I never thought that when I was in fourth, fifth position, I was like, let me just try and consolidate this. So not me for sure. I would just say that if you're around the second, third leader group, just try and play a good round. But maybe when I was an amateur, when I won a lot more as a national amateur, that time was different. But as the competition thickens, when you turn a professional and you're trying to win a tournament, you don't want to lose a tournament as well. So I would just try more of a conservative strategy to ensure that I can finish in the top 10.
Karthik on hole number 8 going through his deliberate pre-shot routine. Carefully.
That's a good putt. When I do look back at my solitary professional victory on the feeder tour, I remember that even that time I was just trying to play my game. So for me, even the amateur victories or the sole professional victory, just try and play your game. But for players who are in contention a lot more, I'm sure they think differently. They sort of see it as a chess match.
I think maybe it would depend if you're leading the tournament or you're maybe a stroke behind and you have a few holes left to see what you need to do. Maybe then, but because I remember something and I learned a lot from that. When I was an amateur and I was playing a pro event at Classic and I was playing well. And
I remember you had that fantastic finish here.
And what happened was through the first eight, I started. I was a little nervous. I was hitting it well though. I was hitting greens. I was hitting fairways, so the nerves calmed down. I was playing with Rashid and good bars on the final day, and by hole number 6 or 7, I thought, you know what, I can do this. I can play against these guys. But on hole number 9, I hit my drive. I hit the fairway, and Rashid took out a driver and he aimed it over to the first at ITC.
So I never quite seen anyone doing that.
He aimed it at the first. He took out a new golf ball and he aims it there and he hits the first fairway just over the green. And I'm just thinking, what is he doing? What is he
On the
doing?
ninth hole?
On the 9th hole, he does that, and the classic golf course is my home course. I had never seen the hole like that, and he hits his drive, and it goes to the fairway. And I'm just wondering about him then. And he hits his approach shot, hits the bunker. I think he makes a birdie, while I hit the green and 3-putted. So and I'm just consistently thinking about that.
What do you think? What do you think? The referee and Varun are thinking there.
Not sure because he seemed, if he's stuck behind the tree, then he has to just play it as it lies. But maybe there's something else. There's another thing that's he's confused about, which we can't.
Not quite sure what that is.
Unclear on.
So just to tell you about the rules of golf, unless the place is demarcated as a free drop, the player cannot get a free drop from even if you don't have a swing and your ball is adjacent to a tree or stuck in a root. And that is just what they say, rub off the green, and you have to play the ball as it lies. So that's what they say is rolling with the punches, so as to speak.
Varun being kind enough to wave at us. I think he's calling one of his playing partners to be sure of what is happening, or maybe asking for a second opinion, which also can be done.
Yes.
If you're not satisfied with the ruling that you're getting with the first referee, you can always ask for a second opinion. These are the times when things start getting a little slow because Varun
I think
doesn't seem to be a slow player by himself.
I think the referee has given his go ahead. Sometimes you feel that you've been you got the wrong rub of the green, and you feel that you should have gotten a drop or so on and so forth. But as they say, the rules of golf are meant to help the players. But if there is no basis for a drop, you can't quite get a drop. So
I think a lot of the times, especially in the moment, we as players we complained more than we need to,
Yes.
because you feel that there is something. But our lovely referees on tour, they're very good with the rules. They're very informed.
that's the nature of sport, as we see that being a referee is quite a job, as we saw in the Turkey Ball League recently. A rather unfortunate incident there, but no such problems on the golf tour. We really do respect and appreciate our referees. They are the back.
Taking a full swing though. I'm not sure what he was worried about. Maybe he wasn't happy with the angle. Full swipe at it.
Yeah, seems to have had a decent shot. Let's see where that ends.
This way, one of the better. And he was telling me that this golf course looks like a course which gives the longer hitters a lot of advantage. But he said you still have to score and play by accuracy once you get off the tee, and that's testament to the players on the leaderboard because none of the leaderboard, most of the players on 10 top 12 aren't your quintessential long hitter. There are a couple of them, but they're not numbers.
Yeah, I kind of like that. Gets everybody in the fray as we look at Amardeep Malik. That's a good part by Amar.
But his clock grip seems to be working for him.
You know, I think back in the day, you never see so many variations in terms of grips.
Amardeep Malik also a wonderful guy, great personality to be around. Recently engaged, so fortunes changing for him for the.
Congratulations to him. And somebody who's thoroughly engaged with the game of golf is making birdies for fun right now. He's 13 under par, leading this tournament. Now leading the tournament by 2 shots over Saptak Talwar. And Dhruv Sharon.
Semi-flop also on that.
Dhruv Sharon in third position alongside Akshay Sharma at 10 under par. Some of the noteworthy rounds out on the golf course. Sanjeev Kumar, Saqib Ahmed, eagling hole number 8. Both of them playing 4 under par today. Ankur Chadda, 2 under and 6 under for the tournament. Victor Hans and Kapil Kumar, identical 2 under par rounds going on for them as well. And Kevin Stevie Regal at 3 over, but an eagle on 17th. So a bright spot in another gloomy back 9 for Kevin.
Yes, now we the day with the pack chasing Saptak Talwar, who started at 11 under par. He's par for the day, but he has Aman Raj to now chase, who's 4 under par through the first 7, had a hot start. I think Aman Raj is sniffing blood, especially once Om Prakash is the cut, because he has to have, he probably have to win this week and maybe as well to finish number 1. But Aman Raj also one of those players who's had a little tryst with a few Challenge Tour events. He also would love to go back in those conditions and that competition.
So we've just gotten an update between the discussion that Arun had about preferred lie. So this week the golf course is praying preferred lie for the closely mown if ball is in the fairway or closely cut areas you can get up. So that's what they were discussing. So I think did not get a preferred lie, and that's maybe one of the times when a player is actually looking at a preferred lie. Maybe you get a club and improve your lie play. So on that instance, maybe that didn't quite work.
But he had a short match to get to the green. Sachin puts it past the hole. So he's got a few feet to contend with for his second putt back. Amar tapping down a few spike marks there. And after that long first putt, it'll be a cleanup, still giving it a careful thought. Also, one of the more favorable rule changes of the recent past is you can tap down spike marks, which you weren't allowed to do for the most part. Now you can, if there are any blemishes, or you could always repair pitch marks, but now you can tap down spike marks as well. That's a favorable change for golfers. This is Varun Chopra up seems to be less than a foot. As again, we bring the lovely drone shots, 360 view of the golf course and what surrounds around. For those of you joining us now, we are bringing you live coverage of the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 23, powered by AU Small Finance, live from Rambagh Golf Club. And here we are, Shaurya Singh and Ainesh Alwale from the ABP studios. We watch his pre-shot routine. Seems to be behind the tree, so he'll have to manufacture a flight. Can't see his golf ball, should mean there's a little slope there. He's looking through the trees, but unsure if he's going to go over them or fight for the little gap between the trees. Something, or maybe the wind there, as we now watch a few more leaves rustling, which would mean the wind is picking up. Always more challenging, makes for more interesting times. Doesn't seem to bother Raman Raj at all. Or Dhruv Sharon, also 4 under for the day. With a little trigger pre-shot routine. He's gone over the trees. Flag seems to be in the back edge of the green, which would mean that if you go a little over, you're going to short side yourself. So he's left himself a very good look at
So, Ainesh, Noni, this is a time that we tend to pick one player that would be either commentator to win the tournament at this point in time, or rather, we just sort of guess who would be. So, if you have to pick on someone, who's it going to be? And I know scoring is still early. We've got quite a bit of golf, but who's it going to be for you?
I've done this one before, but it was at the end of day three, and I got 1 out of 1 right. And I think I'm going to go tentatively with Aman Raj.
Yeah,
Because
Manraj seems like the safe bet because he's a proven winner, and but I have a gut that it's going to be Dhruv Sharon. He hasn't won, and he's on the ascendancy, and he has a good feeling about his game as well. So let's see as we have a look at Karthik here, the southpaw.
both his playing partners on the green, he'd like to follow suit as well. And
That's a
he
good
does
shot right
very
there.
beautifully, actually. Probably the best shot we've seen today on this hole.
Yeah, really timing that release to perfection.
I think my choice for Aman Raj would be also because he's one guy whose nerves are not going to be a factor, but also at the same time, he doesn't defend. Even if he's got a lead, he's not one to say that I'm going to let the pack chase me and not drop shots. He's one to just say I'm going to just keep making birdies.
Yeah, I think now the way the tour is, you need to have a sort of a paradigm shift in the way that you think. You can't quite let the others falter. It's not going to be a race to it's going to be a race of attrition, a battle of attrition rather. It's to win the tournament. You're not going to
Absolutely.
expect the other to sort of give it to you.
It's also good to see Ankur Chadda playing well, 3 under on the day. And for some reason, he skipped out on a couple of events, but good to see him back playing and back in form.
Yeah, really does put in a lot of effort. Does Ankur? I've seen him on the range, Gurugram, in different places. He's very meticulous in the way that he prepares.
Absolutely, one of those guys who's very strong on technique and technically wants to be very sound. Gaurav Pratap from over the hole. He seems to be playing a little aggressively, maybe even slight reckless aggressiveness because we've seen him being over the hole for most part that we've covered him. That goes to show with his personality, well, he's always going for it. He's never trying to leave it short or leave it in a good space to get it easy. He's trying to make his approach short as well. Is Gaurav Pratap Singh.
Yeah, I think he's one of those people that backs himself, and that's the reason that he had that victory at not a golf course in that tournament. It's a rather unique thing. We've seen Amardeep Malik and Gaurav Pratap Singh, both of them, if I'm not wrong, have two victories to their name, and both of them on their home club. So there's a lot of comfort and solace in known environments. Normally, they say familiarity breeds contempt, but probably not in this case. When you have your home golf course and you can play well, Sanit also does rather well at DLF. This time, unfortunately, not winning the tournament, but another home favorite taking that away. As we have a look at him here at hole number 8. That's a decent chip shot. Sanit again, one of the younger breed of golfers, very strong ball striker. When I think of the game of golf and how I did follow it during my earlier years, I really liked watching golfers from yesteryears and the way they used to work the ball and the art and finish, whether it was Larry Mize or Lee Janzen. A lot of those purists of the game. If you look at Lee Trevino, he was not with bestowed with a lot of length, but really working the ball. Nick Faldo, how he actually throttled back and he made a career out of accuracy hitting. As we have a look at Kartik there, missing that putt, but you see that is almost like a dying art, and that's why maybe the powers that be are decided to roll back the golf ball after 5 years. I think that could change a few things and get that element back into the game where players used to work the ball both ways. You were necessitated to try different shots, and it wasn't just hit. Just heave and sort of move on, and it's not like that. It's there's a certain element of the game that needs to come back into play, working the ball, flag sticks in certain positions where you have to work it either way. So maybe that's the change that will bring back that scale and maybe scale back power, because now it has become an all-out power game as golf. But maybe that's where all sport are going. You see, that's happened to tennis, that's happened to football. As we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh, schedules even of cricketers, they're playing a lot more cricket, they're a lot more athletics. So maybe that's the way that sports are trending in general. Gaurav Pratap Singh, good putt, and you can't quite do much to stem the flow when things are going that way, but you always want to see different facets. As we had a look at Aman Raj, I reckon that would be his eagle putt. We're not quite sure. This is a very reachable par 5, and Aman has gained a few yards of the tee. As you can tell, also, he has gained a few pounds of muscle as well. Another heartwarming story was Camilo Villegas winning on the PGA Tour. That was something that I followed rather closely. It was very nice to see after the difficulties he went through and what he could actually do, and dedicated that victory to his daughter, who unfortunately had lost her battle with cancer. And that really did have a deep effect on Camilo. As we have a look at Sanit, shows you that sport can do so much more. And even our professional golf tour of India is supporting different causes. I believe it's just the start, and we're seeing that the sport is growing, the prize funds are growing, and eventually you'll see that you've seen some of the best golfers on tour come from humble backgrounds. They've been able to uplift themselves, and that has a good effect overall in society at large. And we're talking about somebody, you look at numero, Shamim Khan, an absolute inspiration, this man on your screens. Modesty Blaze, very nonchalant, and takes himself very lightly. He's the number 1 money earner on tour. Currently at 2 over for the day and 5 under for the tournament. As we have a look at that fantastic drone shot showing our national flag, our pride and glory. There's something about that view that really gives you goosebumps. And for those of you who are wondering what you're watching on ABP Network, you're watching Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This golf course has seen some fantastic play thus far. We are live from Rambagh Golf Club in the heart of Jaipur for the penultimate tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India calendar year. We've seen a lot of different winners come through. We've seen birdies, we've seen eagles, we've seen heartbreak, we've seen it all. We've seen international flavor. In fact, yesterday we've seen something that we've never seen. I've never seen it in my life, and I'm pretty certain has never happened in too many places. Albatross on the same day. That means the par 5 was actually finished by players in just 2 shots. You talk about hole-in-one, this is actually pushing it to another level. A hole-in-one only gives you a -2, and Albatross is giving you a -3. Most players will be lucky to have a hole-in-one in their entire life, or maybe a few eagles here and there. But an albatross, it's a rare sight, just as the bird itself. Then you have another one. So it shows you that magic can indeed happen on the professional golf tour of India. And the creators of that magic yesterday was Divyanshu Bajaj on hole number 14 and Varun Parekh on hole number 8. So two albatross. Albatross is, I think that would be correct grammar. So the plurals, plural for more than one, but shows you. And the final 2 days are also going to have a lot of action on. Man on the screen is Dhruv Sharon, hailing from Gurugram. He also comes from a defense background. Father is serving in the armed forces. The good fortune of playing a bit of golf with him. Very level-headed young man, as quite a few of them now. I think it's also age is so relative. Ainesh, I say young man, he's 29, and you're a young man yourself, a lot younger than 29, I'm pretty certain. But as they say, you hear the statement 40 is the new 30 and 30 is the new 20. And I always say you only make those statements when you reach that age. That's the funny thing about life.
And the funny thing with golf is when you're playing it, you age a lot faster. When you're watching it, you feel younger than you do.
Yeah, you spoke truly. When all the stress of trying to make the cut, I feel there's nothing. The pressure of making the cut is probably the worst pressure in professional golf. You really revel if you're in and around the lead, you make the cut and you're playing well. As we have a look at Dhruv here.
Good stroke by Amar's having a great day on the greens.
Yeah, but coming back to when you on day 2 and you have the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over your head. Am I going to survive the cull? Am I going to play tomorrow? Am I going to have a paycheck? It's not the kind of pressure that you really want. And especially with more competitive tours, when you go higher and higher, you'll see that each week you will have to play under the pressure of the cut. So you better get used to that. You better get used to the feeling of discomfort if you want to be a good professional golfer. And you better have steely grit. Otherwise, try and become a commentator. That's not too easy either. Absolutely. That's not too easy either, but it's enjoyable to see these fantastic players as we have a look at Sachin on live feed number 2.
Body language, he made a stroke, but yes. I think also, like you said rightly, I think golf at the end of the day is getting comfortable by being uncomfortable. I think, like you said, a lot of good golfers are not ones who hit good shots all the time. They're ones who miss it the less. Let me take a look at the strong Punjabi lad, Pukhraj, leaving it a little short. So this should be a tap and range, should be comfortable for him. And he goes ahead and taps it in. Pukhraj, one of the quicker players, goes about his business. Once he's decided what he needs to do, he doesn't take a lot of time. Feels the right approach to the sport. Anybody watching, there's nothing extra you gain by taking a lot that you're going to choose. Just pull the trigger, make life easier. Dhruv now carefully measuring up his 2-footer. And he does so comfortably. Upwards and onwards to the next. For him, Shamim, recognizable with those bright blue pants today. He's left himself a 2.5, 3 footer for his tap in. As the veteran he is, no problem there for him. Our leader, the beginning of the round 3, currently finds himself 2 shots adrift. Aman Raj with a long attempt on hole number 8. As you see the flag fluttering now, which would mean the wind is picking up at different spots. Leaves a little short and a little less break than he would have liked. But a tap, and nonetheless, we'll update you what that was for. Could have been for an eagle. This could be for a birdie. Manu seems to have missed the green a little, short-sighted himself, but got an uphill chip, so shouldn't be a problem. Short-sighted, but he's definitely going to fancy this to make it. And the quick turn. Not a bad chip, but that would suggest he wanted to make it. Left it a little short. Probably didn't get the contact the way he wanted it. As you see Gaurav Pratap and Manav on the screen. Gaurav Pratap, one of the most confident strides on the PGTI if ever there was one. Always seems sure of every step and every move that he's making. Akshay Sharma now carefully taking a look at his putt. It's a par 5. One could assume it's maybe to make 4. Seems to be an 8-9 footer. He's expecting to make this. Akshay is going around quietly. Is 1 under par for the day through the first 7. Not a very hot start, but not a bad one as well. Should be content with it if he can make more. Raving about his putting, manages to make this one as well. Quite aimed quite well outside the hole, and I think he overborrowed there. Sliding by the lip. Gaurav Pratap, on the other hand, has a much longer attempt, which he probably would fancy because we've seen him make a few, and he's run that by as well. Tournament seems to have put a few tougher flags because we're not seeing a lot of approach shots getting close to the hole. Most of having to make birdies from 20 feet and outside. As Manav would want to do so here, he's a little further away. Manav also comes from a relatively sporting background. His father was in the defense. ardent sportsman himself. His older brother now settled in the US, played a lot of golf himself, very competitive. A good family, good people to hang around with, and contending with that slope. Left himself a little short, but shouldn't be a problem to finish up for his par. Now Karthik Sharma carefully peering on. Karthik does use all the allotted time that he gets, make sure he's ready before he strokes it. And
There's not much time that's allotted now after the change of rules. 40, 30, 30.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
As long as it's within the confines of the game, it's fine. You're given a certain amount of time, you must utilize all of that if you want to. But when you look back, rarely do you find that slow play does help you, because you need to get on. Momentum is so important. And often I figure that, when I made a few birdies, I started thinking more, it got slower. So get quicker. It's about momentum. As you have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh from maybe about 4.5 feet left, right putt.
Yeah, but I absolutely agree with you, and that's a disappointing miss, given he was on the green and had a run.
Yeah, I think I had him fooled because he was gesticulating that it went the other way.
But a three putt never feels good.
Yeah, no matter what the situation.
But I think when it comes to time, I feel if you're ready, you're ready. I don't think there's a lot. I think having a good caddy helps as well, especially when you're not on the green, because you can take a little time on the greens because you need to read the green, get the speed right, and it matters because a lot of things are important. Your position, the amount of money you're making that week, your position, the order of merit, that it's understood. But I think on the tee boxes, on the fairway, it's a fairly straightforward dilemma. It's just
I think, having seen the game long enough from either side now, that I realize that you'll normally find slow players are the ones who are not too sure about their technique. It's not quite about the green. You'll find slow players normally are the ones who are unsure about the way they strike their irons and their driver. So that kind of nervousness seeps into the green as well. So if you know somebody who's a confident ball striker, he will, there's a theory in economics: losses loom larger than gains, loss aversion, prospect theory. So if you're walking down a road and you drop 100 rupee note, you'd be a lot more hurt than just finding 100 rupee note. As we have a look at Aman Raj. So what I figured, probably
giving a whack.
Oh,
and
look
giving
at
a
that!
wonderful whack and
Almost a similar finish as it was in hole number 6. But coming back to my point about prospect theory is that when losses loom larger than gains, that's when you take more time, because humans are generally loss averse. We don't want to be making mistakes, and that is amplified on the greens. But if you're a good ball striker where you're sure of your striking, it's not going to hurt that much, because you know that I'll get a birdie putt again on the next hole. So if you see, there's a common theme between the slowest players are the ones who are not sure about their striking off the tee, because they feel that this putt, I don't know when I'll get another putt for a birdie or par this length. So that's actually the thing. So if somebody's slow, my guess is always work on your driving and your iron striking. So getting back
You take a look
to
at
the
Ravi.
action. But that's what I recommend. If somebody is really slow, work on your iron striking and your driver hitting. Because if you can hit more fairways, it'll lower the anxiety. And I think slow play is definitely a lot of anxiety on the greens.
I think a lot of the times I've also realized growing up myself, coaches, maybe because they didn't know any better, they make you practice, and on the course especially, they want you to take those extra practice swings and they want you to take your time. At least before that used to happen. But I remember that, and now when I've watched golf, I mean, you go to major championships, a lot of the guys, if they have a driver, if they know they're hitting a driver, they a lot of them don't even take practice swings before. They just tee it up and they hit.
Sanit's caddy has given him a line of right edge. I'm not too sure about it, if that's going to break that much. It just looks pretty straight. So let's hope he makes this one. Yeah, just about creeping in from the left-hand side. But you've seen a lot of golf in Europe and the top-level golf. What is it like there, and in terms of time taken by the good players?
I think the better players take lesser time. I think the players who are more on the PGA Tour get a little more freedom than players on the European Tour, because on the European Tour you just have to be quick. You're at it. Like I remember being on the bag for Shubhankar. A lot of the times I had to know a few things before he got to the ball, especially on the fairways, because there is no time. Because he needs those few extra seconds to feel ready and hit the shot. But if he's spending that time to gauge the distance and understand the wind and see what is where, which is why I always made sure I was ahead of him. I had things ready before he came so that he has the information so he can take time to get ready for the shot and not spend time gathering the information and using those precious seconds, because especially given the weather conditions there, you have to be quick. They want to finish the day as soon as possible. And
yeah, because daylight hours are sort of limited.
Absolutely. And which is why I think you save a lot of time, especially when you're on the tee boxes, because most of the holes, most of the courses, par fours, par five especially, you know what you're doing. You know what you need to do. You know where you need to hit the ball, and you just adjust to the weather conditions. If you hit a driver somewhere on a day where it's headwind, you might hit a 3-wood if there's no wind that day. So those are the adjustments that you make, but those are quick adjustments.
As we have a look at the tee shots by the players on hole number 9 here. Kumar standing really far to the left for a fade. So, but you're saying that the execution is also quicker, right, by the players?
Absolutely. Some players, they take their allotted time when they're around around the greens and on the greens. But when it comes to their approach shots and their tee shots, they're very quick. I remember Rory, the first time I ever saw him, as we watched Dhruv on hole number 10, having a good day today.
Oh, that should be almost.
Fair. I remember I saw him on hole number 8, the par 5 Augusta. He just walked the tee, waited for his playing partners. He put the tee on. He didn't take a single practice swing. He just went with the driver. And that goes to show there was nothing to target. So feel that I need to get it for those, but you do practice swings, deliberately do every little thing, and then go overtime, because over here sometimes it works. The referee is not there, but when you're on better toes, higher toes, you're given 5. It's never a good side. Ultimately, you want them on the leaderboard. You don't want that pressure.
Yeah, so an earlier time, just trying to be more self-assured.
And these are habits. If you build out here, if you're taking less time here, you take less time outside.
Talk more less time. This doesn't take much time. Is Pukhraj.
It makes an aggressive swipe. He's being aggressive today as well, but
yeah, probably could have taken a second. Aman Raj still leading the way at 13 under par. Saptak clock is at 12 under par, on at 11 under par. Manu Gandas, Akshay Sharma at 10 under par. And out on the golf course, blazing their own trails, Umar Syed Ahmed, both of them at 4 under par for the day, are the leading low thus far.
Anna Mardikar was having a good day as well. Was at 4 under par through the first 12, but seems to have made double on number 12. So he's 2 under for the day, 7 under, which is still outside. Shamim Khan, one would expect him to get a good run on. He's so overboard. I think the greenery didn't affect the players.
I think look at him. He's a little bemused by what transpired there.
I don't think there are many greens, especially in the country, that would fool.
I see
like
quite
Shamim Khan.
Quite a few players. Almost every second player go with this multi-tone kind of water with this red steel shaft.
I'm not feel like before blaming their own, let's say, technique, or maybe that they're not giving the right thoughts. I think they tend to change the faster because of availability. The more spoiled you offer choices, you feel like you want to try everything because maybe this is not for you. Or sometimes it's just access easier to that sort of equipment.
I agree, and I think, but its players are generally favoring the mallet style putter these days, and the one with the multi. So maybe it's just one of those flavors of the year. It sort of.
I think a mallet also helps push the ball out quicker off the face most of the times. I think it gives you a better way to align Saptak with a wedge in his hand.
Yeah, would have wanted to hit. Lama left that good 15 feet short.
That's been the story for his day today. He's made a birdie and he's made a bogey. He's made a birdie, followed it by a bogey, and he made a birdie on the last. Let's hope he can make this one, put an end to that trend.
Yeah, if you are to draw positives, at least he's making birdies. So that's always a good sign.
Saptak also for the first time in the tournament is not for the first time, is 12 under par today. The day.
Another mention, my good friend, I just I think I somehow missed it. Aniket Sawant also made the cut. In fact, he par and 2 under. So a mention for Aniket, currently in 50th position. So well done, Aniket. Good show by you. Let's hope that you get a few more birdies today and tomorrow as well. I saw him on the range the previous week. I was trying a new irons. I'm trying to downgrade my shaft flex, and I was seeing him with the irons, and I was thoroughly impressed by how well he was hitting his irons. And I said, I'm surprised that you might make the cut at DLF. You're hitting the irons so well. So good that he's been able to deliver this week as we have a look at Manu Gandas.
Aniket, impressive player. I met him also to the DLF event. Good ball striker, consistent. But that goes to show with the game. Never know why one's performing, why one's not performing.
I think you also get overawed now with the cuts always going at under par. We'll have a look at Manu here.
Takes a good swipe at him. Under borrows on that one.
Before start of a tournament, you already know that you need to make birdies. So there is a latent pressure which is always there. Previously, when we were playing tournaments, you could freewheel and sort of, if you're playing well, you would build on it. But now you're hitting a 1 under, you don't know what to take back because you know you need to repeat it. So it's not easy at all because you need to keep backing up good performances with good performance, and that's not easy. That's why I see the numero uno also the cut, because it's become gradually a lot more difficult, and that's what it does. Where, as they say, where there's honey, there's bees. So you add prize fund, you give world ranking points, you have affiliations with the DP World Tour. You have this tie-up with the ABP Network, have that tie-up with Eurosport, and so on and so forth. So this is a lot of difference. You have more competition. There are more eyeballs on the game of golf, and invariably the scoring goes down. So you need to back yourself up.
Yeah, I think everything that you said, at the end of the day, it just adds up to consistent golf over a period of time, because you make it a little lucrative, the incentives increase, then players know that better, this is what we get in return, and now it's not just the money. it's opportunity to go to a higher tour, to have access to better competition, to better players. And as a sportsman, as we look at Saptak Talwar, trying to make and disappointed with the stroke, he's left it short. So that little trend of a birdie followed by a bogey continues for him. But you're right, because if money was not the main value, you want to play with better players, you want to play on better golf courses and better conditions in front of crowds.
This will give it opportunity to have a look at Akshay's approach to putting. This is that I'm really fond of in the way that he goes on about it. See, he reminds me a little bit of Jack Nicklaus in the heyday, how he putts. He sort of slouched over, open stance. He gives that a good run. He's always very assertive when he putts. Learning the game to learn how to conduct your green.
Absolutely. I think you've hit the nail on the head. And as we was talking about it earlier, even when they miss the putt, it's about how sure and confident you are making the stroke, because you are going to miss putts. Even the best ball strikers hit it on, best putters miss a lot of putts. At the end of the day, this sport is about missing it better.
It reminds me of a statement by Elon Musk, actually, when trying to miss or anything else. He said the number one problem with people who are working or trying to build anything with human beings is wishful thinking. You start a task, you have a great idea, you want to build something, and eventually you think it'll happen. That's wishful thinking, but that's not where it happens. And the same can happen with professional golfers. You think you found something and that's it, but that's not how it works. You have to make it happen. And that's something very deep, actually. It's about repetitions, being on the range, and consciously making that happen, as opposed to thinking it will happen. The thing about life is, no matter how bad it gets, it can get worse.
Absolutely.
So, the thing, many call me a pessimist for that, but the thing about life is it'll give you good luck has to be earned, but bad luck is given. You have to really keep trying for things to go your way, but get waylaid at any time. As I say, keep the black on and keep trying. No matter what you're doing, you just got to make it happen.
Absolutely. As they say, golf is the closest sport to life. There's it. And I think it was very beautifully put by you, because at the end of the day, you don't know. A lot of times you keep at it, and you don't see it, maybe you don't understand, but you are getting to a point where you do play well. As you watch,
I'm surprised where Ravi is lying here really aggressive of the only way that is far is maybe hitting a rescue of the tee, or maybe even a 3-wood, but normally you don't quite see that. Players, the conservative, not much space of 35 yards. There's a to the left and there's an out of bounds on the right hand side.
And you think that
and it's a downhill hole that turns from right to left. As far as you're concerned, much in terms of that.
I feel he's also left in a very good position. People would look at that chip and say that he would have been happy within 2 feet of the hole. But I think given the slope and the undulations, leaving yourself flag high and uphill part better than to try the 4-footer.
So the 47 first 5 and then downhill. So if you look at it, it might be just maybe 310, but there's no way to hit because there's a hazard, there's the OB. So this is a quintessential risk or reward hole. You look at Sanat Bishnoi here at hole number 10. Seems to be a fair distance away from the flag.
It just seems to be the of the day. I think do you think the flag positions are maybe a little?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, if he's this far away, he might have gone for the green ad, or I can't quite tell you on in time because I don't see him hitting in that far away with the sandwich. So he's gone 3 wood. Somebody with his length can get to the green with a 3 wood.
This flag position to be giving the players a little confusion when it comes. As we watch on our feed number 2, we have Gaurav Pratap Singh coming off fresh free putt, so he'd want a better stroke, and he does. See, behind him, applied to the green.
Raj, you can see him on the challenging par 3 11th. This is a true test, this hole. Placed about 220 and can play into the wind at times. So shorter hitters would be hitting rescues as well. Longer hitters maybe a 5-iron. It's an interesting hole. Karthik here with what appears to be a putt for his birdie.
And it's a disappointing miss. He doesn't actually take a lot of time over the ball.
I think this, I'm not too sure. We apologize to our viewers for that. I think they are on the 12th because the 12th has it adjacent to the green. We're certain that the group on the left is on hole number 10. So we'll add a little bit of mystery to this broadcast as well. A little more interesting. And for those of you who joined us and who are wondering, watching golf on ABP Live, you're watching Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by Small Finance Bank. This is the penultimate on the professional media calendar. Champion Chan is number 1 on the order of merit. Unfortunately, the cuts. This is a very challenging event. Even the best don't earn a right to just land up and play. You got to earn it. You got to earn those stripes.
Golf, no mercy for the players. As we see Sanit after his first putt, he is also perplexed by.
Not quite sure if that's a bogey or a par. We find out.
Disappointment for him. We found this green now.
Yeah, the flag pin position on the front right is a good one. But it's par for the course because holes are straightforward. So the only way that you can make the procedure more spicy with the flag pins.
And we'll walk that wonderful shot on screen on our right. And Ravi Kumar does seem to have had a problem with the greens there. A lovely up and down for him.
Yeah, he has a little bit of a spring in his step. I think he might have made birdie where he have Pokraj. Some sort of thought that is right in his mind. Not one wait. He likes to really get on with it.
It's a great part. We see Varun Chopra on feed number 2.
Feed number 2 is
T. Amardeep Malik actually.
Yes, T number 10, I think. Yes.
And, he's disturbed by something. Stops midway.
That's,
you watch Pukhraj on the left, quickly going about his business, cut his fingers on the ball and pulls the trigger.
Okay, look at that golf shot. He has the blue and also a touch of a surgeon. Well done, Pukhraj. Amardeep Malik teeing off on what the hole, the par 3. Yes. Players probably would be with an 8-iron. This hole playing to about 165 yards. Blinded by a tree in the middle. Very unique. You see where the ball pitches. Kind courtesy that big tree in the middle. So you have to align for that tree. Hit and hope. There you see the caddy scampering on. You must be wondering what implement that he's carrying on in his hands. Anchor rake. Golf necessitates a golf course in a similar or better position when you found it. So if you enter a bunker, you must rake it, otherwise you incur a fine.
We were top traces of our leader group.
When we were juniors, we would rather not even leave trenches for players, and make sure that if anybody else lands up, they get in a spot of bother. But not as a professional. Please fill your divots and rake the bunkers.
Some of those players works hard at his. He's introduced that pause in his backswing. Does a lot of drills. Very intense when it comes to practice sessions. Were you that sort when you were playing, when you were practicing, or were you more hands on? Because I remember watching you. You loved playing those little games around the green with the little chip and parts and bunker plays, and so you had a wonderful shot game. You've always been known for a great wedge player.
Yeah, I think that happens to be from where I actually played my golf. We all played. A lot of us, myself, him, Dipinder Kular, Vikrant Chopra. Formative years were spent at Delhi, APTA, or Army, whatever you might call it. We were just spending our time there. After school, all the way till 8 o'clock in the evening, and the lights would go off at about 6:30, and then 1.5 hour going to the putter. Chip from the clubhouse to the putting green. We would do the most incredulous things. Keep the balls on branches of trees, climb up trees, chip them. So we did it all, and I think that's actually developed a good short game.
Absolutely.
You do, and that's how you enjoy the game. So we would have these competitions. You actually carry a torch and play a hole at night. So like that, you need a few of those stories. Sometimes if you become successful and you win a major, those are the stories of folklore, and people say he became successful because he did these things. But I mean, at least you do all that. That's how you feel.
Feel also, yeah.
That's how you develop feel. And one.
You know how Tiger talks about educated hands. I think that's what basically gets into that also, because you're unconventionally practicing.
A brilliant story about that. I remember us in the caddy parking lot. They used to have these games with each. On the gravel, they'd made this putting green, and they used to bet. So we actually used to go out and do so things like that. You do a little things in an unconventional manner. You build skill, and you'll also enjoy the game a little more. At the end of the day, let's not forget, golf is a game. It might have become a profession, but it's a game. The same way you and I play cricket. It's a lot of fun, right? You try and do different things. When you're bowling, you try and try something else. You're playing. So you have to add that element to the game of golf. You have to make it fun. Otherwise, it's just a job. You work if you're taking it that seriously.
Absolutely.
You have to enjoy the game of golf.
Adding on to that, yesterday I was talking to Shubhankar, and he said the guy he was working with, who's getting his club, he said there are two people I've worked with now who have incredible feel, who know exactly what their club did, where it was before he comes up with the detail. And he's like, one of them is you, and the other one was a Nirban. And I think it goes to because so unconventionally we grow up here doing different things. That's what he said, because players are so spoiled for choice when it comes to the Western world. He's like, when I was growing up, we got a club, and that was the club that you had. So you had to make all shots from that. If the driver was too heavy for you, you had to make it work. If it's too light for you, you had to make it work.
That's one of the stories of Setteris being able to hit the 3-iron out of the bunker and spin
Absolutely.
it. So it's not an exaggeration. We've seen it. You've seen Thoran Virachant on ranges. I've seen it that you have to spin it from 30 out wedge, and that's how you develop. You do unconventional things, and you try things, and you actually develop those sort of skills. Somebody that comes to mind is Mithun Pereira's Sena. Great proponent of short game, brilliant player. I think a winner on the Asian Tour as well. Besieged by some season and bone issues later, but fantastic nevertheless. As we come back to Manu Gandhas, no such issues for him. He's built like a boxer at this point in time. I'm impressed by Manu.
And I think he's one of those guys who also has to have incredible feel, because from what I know, he can't practice a lot. So all he does is play injury, and he probably has to rest and recover. So giving performances like he does, like going on the European tour, winning 5-6 times,
facing this part which will break to his left. Let's see how he navigates. As looks like it's line just wearing off.
But it's still across the hole.
We're seeing Sanit here at hole number 12, right toward left. Now, I think this is a conversation that he's having with his co-players, if this is the preferred lie or not. That can make a world of a difference. But mind you, you can't take a preferred lie and come on the green. You can, even if it's away from the flag, you can't just put it on the green. So if you're off the green, you can only off. I think at this point in time, he has not got the benefit of the doubt, it seems. If any part of the ball touches the closely mown area, then
You're
you
allowed
are
to
allowed to
take
take
it,
a
yes.
flag. Or if nobody's looking. No, obviously not. But as they say, in a weekend round, we've seen worse. So golf is a fun game, and competitive fun game. Golf can have its own stories.
But also, which is also test.
नानी को लेके बैंक जाना है एड्रेस चेंज के लिए संभाल लेना प्लीज ब्रांच आओगी ऐसा क्यों चल वीडियो कॉल करते हैं ना प्लीज ब्रांच बंद हो जाएगी
Good afternoon, ma'am. Welcome to AU 0101 Digital Bank.
क्या कर रही हो एयू वीडियो बैंकिंग क्या बैंक के सारे काम हो सकते हैं तो ब्रांच क्यों जाना सोच बदलो और बैंक भी एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक बदलाव हमसे है
Syed Saqib Ahmed and Aman Ra as well as Dusharon. Trying to win his maiden tournament, the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by Small Finance Bank. This would be quite the trophy to add to your mantle.
Absolutely. We have some big names who have won it also in the past. So if you end up winning for the first, it'd be a great win. And Saptak comes up a little short there.
So really, what a venue this is. It's going to have so many opportunities. Why a really golf course? It gives you birdie and even eagle opportunities. And if you get a little too aggressive, it can bite you. So it has the best of both worlds.
I think that's a good sort of gauge a golf course as well and judge it based on, does it make you think? And if it doesn't, because if there are more than one way goes ahead as he waits for the referees to come clear out the doubts that the players have, his playing partners, from a longer range also.
Oftentimes, if there's a doubt, then the players can sort of weigh in and give their opinion. If there's bullet, then the player has to bullet and then call them and then commit them.
Big one in this case.
Yeah, the referee Sampath Chare quite any doubt that the player might have had. That's a good role. Reminds me a little of Tiger's point. He better than most. Had a double breaker. Really well done there.
Absolutely. Well, Ravi. It's also good, heartening to see a good lag. Well, I mean, it's under to think that it's expected out of a professional golfer, but it is still a good skill.
Yeah, lag putting is a skill in itself. Just saw Tiger Woods' son Charlie Woods the ball so well, and physically he's maturing so quickly. It's rather maybe obviously he has the best golfing genetics that one could ask for.
I think Sanan did catch a break, got a little drop on the side, on the fringe,
and I think he's made the most of it. That's a good putt, but running out 3.5 feet for his par now.
It looks a little has a hurried look.
Yeah. There's always a thought when you take a lot of time on one shot, even if it's for a ruling, you tend to try and hurry and get through things.
But that's also happens in the sport is that the onus of catching up on time is also on the player, also on the group.
Scaddy has given him a line outside the cup. I'm not certain if that's the amount it'll break. Seems to be a very benign break. It would be pity if he's over borrowed. Well done.
Right. But Sanet seems to be one of those players who is quite directly taking the help of his caddy also. He's quite relying on the given by his caddy.
Going well. I had minimal involvement with the caddy when it was going well, but often when then I have more. Playing well, you sort of know the lines. You maybe just once in a while you need somebody to reaffirm what line you've chosen, and maybe just give you a little bit of confidence. But otherwise, when it's not going well, I think I would just pick his brains out.
Rely on what he with them because I think I've always sort of those very subtle breaks where you're not feeling to the left or the right, or those big breaks where you feel like
Yeah.
you're going to come that thinking. Most of the times, if it was like a short part where we had a half of side at take.
You see that famous polo ground on the left-hand side, flat golf course. It's next to the 8, and on the second shot, 5, to get too far left, you can ball mount going away into the into the out of bounds.
Sometimes you feel like just climb on a horse, go away. Very different.
Well, what these players do on hole number 13.
We watch bias on our screen. Manav's having a quiet day at even past 6 under par for the top, just in 20.
I think coming well, 6 under par. If he can get to about 8, 9 under par, that'd be a good week. I'm not sure what it is about him, but he reminds me a little bit of the player Digvijay Singh. Somehow, maybe the silhouette is. You can see that the wind picked up the rustling a little bit, and that can make all the difference. You get a seed of doubt, and you're not sure about which way it's going to go.
I think that in itself is an art. I think that's one of the more tougher things to do is be committed to the shot.
There are inordinate amount of time here. See if all that's going to yield a good result. Not quite. 5 feet left for his birdie. I think he was confused about the line and the wind.
I think Manav's one of those players who takes a lot of time over the ball. Once he's set up, once he takes his stance, he takes time to trigger. I think if you look at Karthik, who's going to come up on our screen soon, he's someone who takes a lot of time before the shot, pre-shot routine, and once he's over the ball,
I really like the way Karthik sort of pre-shot routine likes to imagine of play, almost an archer. He gives a very athletic look to it. That's a good shot by him right there.
right?
Very nice. Of course, the way it is. It's not too undulating. But trees are definitely the defining characteristic of this golf course. You look at Akshay, not quite sure.
Gaurav Pratap Singh, not to the result. Would you say this golf course is more strategy or more short shaping?
I would think that strategy not so much, but short shaping surely, because you see balls here require a certain short shape. So it's a lot of short shape here. Like this hole is a left to right hole. The next hole as well is a left hole. Par threes maybe not so much. Hole number 15, you have to hit a strong tee, otherwise you can't get in the fairway. So this course is a good mix of both. One of the older style golf courses where you used to work the ball. You can't quite just overpower this golf course.
I think there's one thing that's happening with the changes, post the early 90s, that with the clubs and the golf balls, the short shaping is actually reduced. People now move the ball lesser.
Yeah, the new golf ball also the switch.
I think with technical aspect, everything low spin, especially the golf club. I think balls now start more off target than move back.
Yeah, especially even pretty certain you wouldn't have Balata balls, although you would have loved them given your style of play. We used to have those Titleist Balatas, and I remember quite a few Mizuno softballs, Max Fly spin. We used to spin a lot, but if you hit one wedge, dent on them, and use it. I remember you use ball, the Pinnacle or something like that on the tee, and then switch over to softball when you get to an approach shot. So the good old days of golf pro. And when the Pro V1 came in, it actually just changed everything. I remember the premium on that golf ball. We got one golf to keep it so safely. It was just something else because it used to go the distance and spin it. So that's what changed the game. Till that time, length was a factor, but it was not such a big factor.
Subs have also just off the green with a longer approach.
Like he's got quite the yardage book in his back pocket. You know, players do prepare a lot. They prepare books and so on and so forth. You get he's trying to another thing in whole putt. So he's not just putting for trying to because if he's gone that far and adjusted the flag in his mind, he does not want to stick to chances of the ball falling in the hole. So like that he goes on. Pratap Singh, Akshay's putt.
He does make it.
Look, it's one of those things. It's very difficult to even talk about it. It's almost super. Does
I think it's also like a little, the little catching on to also. They're not things that they go amiss when you're watching. Also, when you
see somebody like him, you can just feel the positive vibe come through when he's on green. He hold that, and this intent was clear, and so did Gaurav Pratap. I mean, these guys are good. These guys are really good. Don't take the flag out, ladies and gentlemen, because
it does help.
We just hold it. Nonchalant, Gaurav Pratap Singh. That was something by Akshay. the way he went on about it. He has that intent. That's something that I would really recommend a lot of the golfers, even weekend warriors, to emulate. That intent is everything.
And you know, you're going to make a few miss if you, but every time if you approach it from the point of view that you're going to make it,
Yeah, that was
end up
really
making a
that
little
was
more
really
than you
impressive. A long putt. It was all of 30 feet. It's not a short putt by any measure. I know it looks easy on TV, and also to his credit, Gaurav Pratap Singh.
He made a great chip after that first chip. Karthik now, as he's watched his approach, he'd also like to follow suit, but he'd love to make a birdie here. And he does.
Yeah, they're falling in from all corners. Brilliant putt right there.
Little positive patch for all players. Manu would like to clean this up after his first putt. Mana, I think he usually takes a flag using the shadow, straight putt, and he's using the shadow of the
as an alignment tool,
which you're allowed to do. Your external.
Oh, that's probably the shortest putt that we've seen, and it didn't either.
You know, I think that's what sometimes happens because move to the left.
Yes,
and leave the shadow in, unless it's a straight putt. Sometimes get confused.
So one of my points against having the flag in that it confuses your vision. You can't find somewhere else when there's already a target right in front of you.
I think he sort of over the thought there by leaving trying to use the shadow, because usually I've seen him the flag out. So he'd be disappointed with that 3 putt.
Ideal for Shamim Khan was the back left. For this to be close within.
Obliged with you. Comfortable shot on the green.
Yeah, good shot by Shamim. I think over the last 4 or 5 years is where we've seen a little bit of dip in terms of his finishes. Otherwise, he was always in the top 10. But what's happened? His standard of his game is still similar, but the competition has exploded. So you see him a lot lower on the leaderboards as to yesteryears.
I think you're right. But you know, if you look at the mix he's playing with currently, like Pukhraj, 30, while he's 45, and he's still going toe to toe with the younger.
Yeah, it looks like Pukhraj is going in with no longer than a wedge. It's really short, whatever it is. It's really given that a lot of. Seems to have missed it to the left.
But with the amount of loft he had on his irons, he would have preferred to be at least.
I think got a little aggressive with there and tugged it a touch too, but no issue. Not too difficult from there either.
A lovely view of the city. As we have the leaderboard side. Not much has changed since the last hour or so. A lot has changed. At the beginning of the day, we had Saptak Talwar start his day at 11 under par, leading. But now we see Dhruv Shai with him at 11 under par, and a new leader, Aman Raj, at 13 under. As we move to the back nine, first half of the day and the 9 is done.
So it's moving. It's proven true to form. We've seen a lot of low numbers. Not many players capitulating on this golf course. Said the condition rather benign. A few struggles for Akshay Damale, Kevin STV Rigel. Had that eagle, but has been pretty dismal apart from that. And as you move up, a few over par rounds, but all in all, you're seeing even at this point in time, you have a total of 44 players who are under par. So shows you that the golf course is definitely there for the taking. And I think as we see, a total of 9 players within 5 of the lead. You can see that Aman Raj is starting to move away. The next pivot, make a couple move to 15 under par. I think he'll be in good shape on the final day. Have a look at Pokhraj here surveying that chip shot. That seems to be really errant by him. 5 yards more. So bounded off from the left, and now his work. Rather advanced. I'm not sure if he's going to try and hit a high one or run it up. Visualizing. Let's see if Raj's touch can match up with the long game. He seems to have the sand wedge in his hand. Not quite sure if he's going to go above the trees.
I think he'd fancy making down as long as he's got a clear view
I
of the
think
flag.
I think up and down is a little difficult. Get to about 10 feet and make that putt. That's great, but this is not what he did. I think that's a brilliant shot from there. Just running off a little too much, but that's a good shot.
I think it's a very good shot.
That's a great shot by him. In fact, that he is a long hitter. That's a very good touch, and that's a point that I need to touch up with you. How is your short game?
Oh, my short game putting is splendid. Absolutely, I think that's probably my game, and I'm very sure as well. I think I get a little nervous with him during talk. My wedges short putting. Yeah, it's very short, and I just need to actually get learn to sort of better my wedge game and putting as well. But I've got great short game and putting always. I'm very confident when it comes to that.
Interesting. That was exemplified by Pukhraj as well. I think there's something with long hitters and on the green. Daily has touches. Look at Dhruv Sharon coming up to par.
Drew's got a more textbook stance in his putting as well. He's not feel. I mean, he can have great feel as well, but it looks like how Akshay approaches it and how Rashid.
Yeah, it was not good feel on that instance, leaving it 4 feet short.
This is a pretty relaxed, laid back guy. Conversation. He's never rushed. Takes his time. Never seems hurried. It's a good feature, good personality to have.
This is a very good view of how Shamim plays his game. He'll cross the hole just by a few inches. You'll see speed control at its finest. Look at that.
Point. I've done exactly that. He's also one of the players who just like once he's taken his aim, once he's taken his read, he just gets over it.
But what's so rare that very rare to find a putter like Shamim, aggressive putt, but he has just amazing touch and distance. So he's always beyond the hole, but it never goes beyond a foot. As opposed to Rashi, aggressive putters who tend to give it a good run. So the end effect is still the same because Shamim is still crossing the hole, but his judgment is
interesting coming on the back. I think that's one of the reasons also why he's number one in the all-time money list. Ali watch Pukhraj. This would be probably a great momentum booster if we can make it. But
missed it on the low. Never had a chance.
Okay for speed, but got the line a little wrong. Point it didn't seem like he had a long club on the tee there.
Yeah, I think it's a little too aggressive with that short club. Now, this the pre-shot routine here will tell you a lot about Dhruv is feeling. The confidence that a player exhibits goes to show you that how he's feeling about this putt. This is an uphill putt for all intents and purposes, not a difficult putt. Straight or maybe just a touch of turn from the right, but it's very straightforward, especially if you're playing well. But you can see there is a deliberate movement there.
I think there's a very, very slight break. It's not a straight putt.
Good putt.
They made a good stroke there. The stroke seemed confident. I think putting is one of those skills where the need for acceptance has to be the highest.
Yes. Yeah,
Because, and also there's a direct result associated with putting. You're either making it or missing it. I think when it comes to long game, a lot of the times you hit a bad drive, but you still sort of manufacture something on the fairway, or you don't make a very confident swing, but you're okay there. But putting is where you're either making it or missing it. And I think the acceptance that I'm going to make the most confident stroke possible, whether I miss it or make it, is almost not in my control once the ball leaves the putter. Yes.
I can't quite remember which player was that you attributed. You just accept whatever happens on the golf course, and that's how you maximize your ability. Oftentimes we tend to worry about things that don't quite happen. You manufacture scenarios in your head, and you don't call bad shots.
I think that's the most difficult thing in golf, which is easier on sports which are more reaction based, is that to stay in the present. At the end of the day, even how you say, you waiting, what you did before that, what you do after that cannot be.
Aman Raj here, our leader.
Kidnapping off.
I think that's a good Aman Raj. As players have their ebbs and flows, so do we. Caffeine kicks in at the right time.
Which is exciting to watch someone close to Om Prakash faring for the title, because it'll make a very interesting final event.
Yeah, Om Prakash, I know how he would be feeling sitting on that. Might not be surprising if that's the only cut that he's missed the entire year.
I'm surprised he missed it all, but do you think he'll be watching the coverage? Do you think he'll it closely?
No, I don't think so. He'll be on the range and honing his technique. Surprisingly, he's actually missed 4 cuts, and just shows you how brutal the tour is. And this tournament isn't updated yet, so 5 cuts he's missed this year. So even the best, your number one player, has had to sit out for 5 weeks, which shows you that when he makes cut, he's had like bunch of trees. That's a good shot right there.
Online, my son is just a little short, as the trend has been for him through the day. He's going to have a longish attempt for birdie.
Interesting piece of trivia. Aman Raj has made 16 of 16 cuts. Sanit Bishnoi has made 14 of 14 cuts. So shows you that these guys are good enough with the B game also to make the cut, because nobody plays their A game all the time. Ravi Kumar.
Which is even more impressive for Om Prakash Chauhan, because when he has played his A game, he's ousted the field quite comfortably then.
Yes, I think these are the only 2 players who've made all the cuts. Kartham 11 of 11. Free record as we have a look at tee off on the par 3. And these are the only 3 players who made all their cuts. An easy feat, especially of competition. That's a good shot by Ravi.
Better shot out of the group, but he'll still have a longish attempt.
And Om Prakash Chauhan with 4 victories this year. Karan Pratap Singh 2, Sachin Besoya 2, Aman Raj 1, Jamal Hussain also with a victory this year.
I think it's like a new trend on tour, don't you think? Because last year we had that blistering performance watching Sandhu and Manu Gandas, where Manu won 6 times, and Yuvraj won 5 times, and then they both took their trades to was coming back for a few events here and there. But you would have thought that maybe this year there would be a bigger mix of winners, but winning 4 times in a season.
Yeah, there is one player who dominates the entire season. Rarely are there 2, as you have a look at Dhruv Sharon. Last year there were 2. Very rare for 2 players to go toe-to-toe. This year it's clear that Om Prakash Chauhan has dominated the entire field. The exact number.
Made an exception for this season at least to enhance speed of play.
Really nice.
He's had a great more golfers. The way his flow, the ball swing, everything from his takeaway. He's never rushed. Also, lead.
Seems like has brought on some good. There you see the rule of lift, clean and place. That's given if the fairways are gathering mud or there's some uneven lies on the fairway. To ensure that everybody gets a similar playing surface, players are afforded the luxury of a preferred lie only in the closely known areas.
Reviews of promotions. Some of the top golfers in the country and this week as well.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back after that little bit of a hiatus.
Technical snag at our end. Apologies for that, but we are back to the action now, and we're viewing the group that we started our day with: Kalin Joshi, Abhinav Lohan, and Udyan Mane. A group of young veterans, indeed.
Yeah,
Winners
absolutely.
on tour, been there for a few years, but
I
fairly
remember
young.
the season that Odyan had when he had those 4 victories, or rather 5 victories when he went on to play the Olympics.
You know, the leader group on our feed number 2 on the right of your screens. Manu there. This should high as well, and it does, and he's made the same mistake he's been making all day. He's hit a little over.
It's going to be a very difficult up and down from there.
Again, short-sighted himself.
That's probably the most difficult spot on this green where to miss it, and it's not going to be an easy up and down by any measure. So you have a look at hole number 13. That seems to be Rohan Dhole Patil. Is that... not quite sure who that is.
We have Saptak on our screens on the right.
It's my apologies.
Leader at the start of the day, now in the chasing pack.
Still having a decent round, even par for the day.
Seen one of the better shots today, giving himself a fairly good chance. Almost flag high, difficult to be flag high on this hole because everything runs away from the green. And as we watched Manu pitch it slightly over the flag, and he's run by at least 30 yards off the green. And they're now on the left.
Unfortunately for Udyan not making that putt. Udyan Mane at 5 under par for the tournament, even par for the day. You can see there's a little bit of a traffic jam here. This is hole number 17, the par 5. Dog leg to the right. Short putt for Cullen. Cullen also a great ball striker, really long hitter as well. Oh,
Missed it. Tricky little putt.
Unfortunately, Cullen would not make that putt.
Cullen's also one of those very similar actions since the longest time. He just does the same thing.
Yes.
Just goes and hits, comes back. And he's always had that ability to shoot really low numbers.
Now, this is going to be a very interesting chip shot. You can't quite hit it high. You'll just have to keep it off foot. Surprising that both Akshay and him have gone over the green. So both of them were aggressive, would have been trying to go for the birdie. But when you're working it from right to left, what tends to happen, if you catch it too good, it flies too far. That's the problem with the draw shot. And maybe they were in between clubs, between a 9 and an 8 iron. So if you try to sauce an 8 iron there, that can happen.
Also, it has lesser spin when it drops down compared to a higher fade shot.
So. Exactly. So maybe a 3/4 draw, and that's why it got in. Both of them really have their work cut out. And this maybe comes down a little bit to course management or one of those errors that happen while you're playing golf. But you don't want to be missing it here. I don't see any way that both of them can walk away with a par from here. Look at that.
That's a lovely chip by Akshay. I think which is why the play by Saptak was smart.
Made it look easy, but believe me, this is probably one of the best of the entire day. The way he's hit it, he just pitched it on a dime. That's just the control that he has. You know, that forward press that he does with the left wrist is so impressive.
Absolutely. And coming out of the rough with that slope to contend with, I mean, there were a lot of factors going against him, but he made it look easy. It was not by any stretch.
You'll realize how difficult that shot was because you'll see Manu hit it. He's being quite deliberate. And I think the pre-shot routine tells you a lot about what a player is trying to do. He's trying to hit the same shot that Akshay hit.
Shots are more difficult than like sometimes you get to lob it to the flag and say, okay, 5 feet, 6 feet, you pop it around.
Yeah.
This is something where you need to sort of hit it in the middle, you need to drop it in a specific spot.
And out of a tricky ledge. It's probably the most difficult chip shots that you'd face in a round.
I think given his angle, he's a little more tricky than Akshay.
See, so
that
he got that soft bounce. That's why it's so difficult. You can't quite go high. You still have to trust it. I think he also hit a really good shot. Just unfortunate not to get that bounce, but shows you the skill that Akshay has to ensure that a ball runs through is just fantastic. Something that everybody should try and emulate.
I think Manu hit to be honest, from the position he was in, it was an average shot. It wasn't a poor. I think it just looks like that because of the quality of the chip shot that Akshay came up with.
Exactly. He hit a good shot, just didn't bounce. I thought that he pitched it a few inches behind it. And he got that, the impact sort of deadened on impact the ball. So
it wasn't a big miss. Wasn't he couldn't have been too far away from what he was trying to do. But also those spots are tricky in the sense that if you get a little too cute with it, you can easily end up by having a spot to play with. Saptak here has no such problem at all. He's put himself in a comfortable spot on the green. He can take his time and make a good run at birdie. He'd like to do that. He'd like to break par for today. A few birdies today, but he's also followed them by bogeys. So want to make one here and then end the day with a few more. Reclaim that lead. Leave short, but a fairly impressive putt given the distance. Shouldn't be any stress to tap that in as he goes ahead and finishes off. Also have a couple of hot rounds going on. The closer to the leaderboard, we have Syed Saqib Ahmed and Shivendra Singh Sisodia, both 5 under for the day, both at 9 under par for the tournament. Manu now getting up for his par. We watched him hit it a little over the green. Had that difficult chip. He managed to bring it here. He's got about 15, 16 feet left for his par uphill. He manages to find the bottom of the cup. Peels it in from the left side. As long as they go in, that's a good way to maintain and maybe push momentum forward. Akshay also in a similar spot to Manu, made a much better effort of the chip. Then with his hand gestures, he's trying to gauge the slope, trying to make sure He's got the exact read before he pulls the trigger. And as we've seen through the day and in previous tournaments, he does this thing where before most of his shots, he takes a sip of the water. He manages to find the bottom of the cup, middle of the hole, no problem at all. A perfect stroke, perfect putt. Probably acknowledging the crowd, appreciating the par that he made. Moving on to the next one. As we have the aerial view of the golf course and the golfers playing. As we know, Akshay, Manu and Saptak Talwar to the leader group for round 3. And here we have the top 5 running on our screens. Aman Raj has snatched the lead. Not something new. He's at 13 under par, 4 under par for the day. Followed by Dhruv Sharon, who's also having a great day on the course. Also 4 under par for the day. He's jumped up a few spots today and going along strongly. Saptak, on the other hand, he hasn't given strokes away. He started the day at 11 under par. He finds himself at 11 under par, but he finds himself tied with Dhruv Sharon and 2 shots adrift Aman Raj. Akshay Sharma and Manas, the 2 members of the other 2 members of the league, round 5. Both having an okay day. Akshay at 2 under par for the day, but Manu finds himself at even par for the day. And they'd like to have a say before the day ends. And that's a beautiful view, of course. And the polo ground, as we've mentioned before, a lot of royalty, as you would associate Jaipur with, right there on our screens. As we move our way back to the action, the group of Rohan Dhole Patil, Harinder Gupta and Rahil Gangji on hole number 17. They're heading nearing towards the end of their day. Harinder Gupta, I think, confused by the read there. Probably misread it. He thought it's going to break more than it did, and he missed out. Now coming from over the hole.
Rahul Ganji, one of those players that you've always seen use the CAC approach for as far as I can remember. Dhruv Sharon not making a birdie on the 14th. I think that's an opportunity lost. 14th is a definite birdie hole, the par 5. It's imperative for the champion to capitalize on the par 5s this week.
More interested to see what Aman Raj does on the 14th.
The par 5s here are definitely for the taking.
It's an interesting time of the day because there are 3 par 5s to the finish of the day, starting on hole number 14. And how one plays that would determine a lot of what goes on into Sunday, because if Aman Raj can pull a few strokes there and the chasing pack does not match up to him, he could have a big hefty lead starting Sunday.
Yeah, I think especially these last 5 holes, you're so right. The 16th also is does give an opportunity. The 14th, the 15th is the only one where par is somewhat difficult. It's a very difficult tee shot on that hole. 17.
And Rohan missing the shot.
Thing, serene about these shots, tranquility. Well, the golf course is always like an oasis in a desert. It's great in the middle of a hustling, bustling city. And that's why I recommend that try and take up this game for leisure. Even if you just step out and play once a month, you learn a lot about yourself while playing a game of golf. And if you're good enough to compete, then nothing like it. And somebody who's definitely good enough to compete is Aman Raj at 13 under par after 13 holes. Ominous 13th on Friday the 13th.
Playing the par 5 14th, so even more interested to see.
Friday the 5th on hole number 13 at 13 under par. So a few things that do sound ominous, but
few number games by our host here.
He had a two-shot lead over Dhruv.
Yashas had a rather strong finish. We get back to the action, and staring at the bunker, which would mean he's in the bunker, and we can't see his golf ball, which would mean that he's closer to the back edge.
That's a difficult bunker shot. Not that was in play, but visually it does sort of impair looking into the hazard, and I think he would have drawn a downhill lie.
We're not sure what sort of a lie he's also found. Is it a plain old bunker lie, or is it maybe fried egg?
Yeah, could even if it's not a fried egg, it's going to be downhill. Backswing will be impeded a little bit by the back, so it's not the easiest of shot. Let's see how he does.
I feel sometimes these shots, because the degree of difficulty, there's only one particular type of shot that works, and usually players pull off that shot because of that.
I mean, either they pull it off or
a big mockery of it.
Let's see which one is it going to be now.
I think if he's a decent lie, I think he just has to just get it out of the bunker and let it feed.
Might have a backswing, otherwise in a few to rehearse it. I think does have a backswing, or
I think it's just shots and he's like just out of the bunker and he'll be fine.
I think it was pretty straightforward. We tried to make it a lot more difficult than what it was, but a brilliant shot nevertheless.
I'm disappointed it didn't roll up a little closer. I think before the shot, I think he would have taken that.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
A little animated about the result, but an up and down from that position.
One of the only few players who have seen as worn the cardigan for the entire round, even in this at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I think
sometimes you get used to you guys used to get used to that feel of how you're swinging wearing a sweater. He's not trying to change anything at this point.
He's also probably so zoned in, he's not feeling temperature at all. He's just continuing with what he started. Gaurav Pratap from a longer range. Not a bad effort, slightly short.
Karthik now would break from his left to right. That's an easy putt for the left-hander. And he makes it right in the heart of the hole. Good putt by Karthik.
An update on how Aman Raj went on the par 5 14. With he could only manage a par, which would mean that the group him, which would Tak and Akshay especially, and Manu behind him, who are yet to play that hole, would have a slight door opening onto that par 5. Manav now keep the flagstick in, so maybe that is how he approaches the shorter putts.
Yeah, we saw that missed putt by him on that hole. Let's see, it's a different story. His putt should break a little from his right. And I think he's done the same thing again. Similar, both the putts missing on the lower side. I don't know if it's a stroke or if it's something is definitely off.
I think he just seems to be a little too conscious on the putting greens.
Yeah, he
Seems more sure on his long game and his short game, but
yeah, that moved him to 2 over par. Difference is perceptible in somebody like him and Akshay Sharma, the way they approach their putting. It tells you a lot about how they're feeling.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Drop really pushes you down.
and I think given where Mano stands on the order of merit, he needs a strong finish to make
Surprising,
it
both
top 60.
Aman and Dhruv not making birdie on hole number 14. That's rather unstick.
Maybe Malik on number 17, trying to clean up and
Similar tail.
implying that the ball turned the other way from where he thought it would. I'm not sure what that was for, but Amardeep's having a decent day. He's at 2 under par for the day. Still need to see what he's done on the 16th and 16th. Varun Chopra now hoping to make his little attempt.
Chopra, really good ball striker. Dominated at the flying school.
A fairly easy tap in for him. Moving on to the next one.
Qualifying by quite a few shots. Not quite certain how he did at the final qualifying on his card, but is really a good ball striker is Varun. Sachin would move off to hole number 18. Look at hole number 18 being flanked on the other side by hole number 2. And for our lovely viewers who are joining us here on ABP Live, we bring to you the Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank. This event is being played at the picturesque Rambagh Golf Club in Jaipur. The tournament is of a fund of rupees 1 CR. And this is the penultimate event of the Professional Golf Tour of India calendar year. Leading the order of merit is Om Prakash Chauhan, who is the defending champion of this tournament and unfortunately has not made the cut this week, so would not be seen in action today and tomorrow. Well, that would not impede his chances much to win that coveted number 1 rank. Still has a handsome lead of approximately 39 lakh over Karan Pratap Singh. Seems like his position on top is all but secured. To the action to hole number 16, the par 3. And on view is the all-time money leader on Professional Golf Tour of India, Shamim Khan. The diminutive golfer from Delhi has stitched together quite a career for himself by the formula of fairway and greens. So if you can do the basics right, you can have a good career. Don't have to be flamboyant as long as you're not too errant.
Words of wisdom, but also true.
It's like a fairly straightforward chip shot.
I think he's going to want to hold this.
Yeah, there's something about this chip shot that seems makeable. I don't, things where you get that feeling, that if you could just pitch it in the right spot.
It just feeds down to the whole.
Exactly. Yeah, see, he gave that a good run. Good shot by Shamim.
He won't be bothered too much by that 5-footer.
Yeah, he's very good from inside that range.
Dhruv also one of the guys who's sporting that jumper despite the heat. Rather the sun, I don't think it's too hot to begin with. I think he might give this a good run.
That's a decent putt by him.
Comes up a little short. Maybe the green's a little. It's not as fast as thinking because Gaurav Pratap also left it about there from a similar spot.
Pukhraj now.
Clark's t-shirt is one of the better ones we've seen here.
Yeah, it's a narrow target. My apologies. It's a small target. That's it. The green gets really narrow right at the back. You can see it's that little neck, nothing more than 10 yards wide with water on the right and bunker on the left. So you need an accurate tee shot to get close to this one.
It's a good putt, but it came so close. Like a disappointing.
Yeah, I didn't quite eyes on that tee shot. Yeah. So not having a good day. 3 over par for the day, 4 under for the tournament. So it's trending the wrong way. Hussain still 6 under par with 3 holes to go. Let's have a look at Shamim Khan. Look at how easy he made that look. And very soft touch. Doesn't use the back, just drops in gingerly.
I think that's one of the things that people associate Tiger's putting to as well. Speed is something that's right. You might get the line wrong sometimes. Speed. And it's even more impressive considering you're not playing the same green every week. The green's green, the way it breaks.
Yeah, especially on art players face a myriad of conditions. They were playing a DLF which was at about 12 almost. Then you're coming here, which is a little slower than the that. I think they were playing somewhere where the greens were about 7.5 or 8. Don't quite know, but such are the degree of such is the degree of difficulty. They're always facing different conditions, and they play better, good greens, long golf course. They have to really adapt. The practice rounds are so important here on the professional golf tour of India.
I think that's also a quality that maybe the top players have better than the other players is how well they prepare the same amount of time they get in practice rounds.
Another update, Yashas Chandra has crept up on the leaders. He's made an eagle on hole number 17 and a birdie on 18 to move up to 10 under for the tournament for the day. So stupendous by him. Syed Saqib Ahmed and Shivinder Singh Sisodia, both of them at 5 under for the day and 9 for the tournament. So not that far behind. Aman Raj has quite a few pursuers. Not going to be easy. As you look at the urban and the oasis that is the Rambagh Golf Club here at this golf course. Gaurav Pratap Singh walking down 17, the par 5. Seventeenth is a dog leg 5. The longer hitters will probably play other fairway and have a 3-iron coming into the green. If you do end up hitting your own fairway, you risk down flanks the fairway on the right hand. You can get anything to a 6-iron. Bias, having a rather underwhelming day, would be a good place to make a birdie now. Good shot by him, but we've seen that short putts have been his Achilles heels today. We did see Karthik use the yardage finder to get precise information. Hitting his third. It's a good par 5, really nice design. You want to cut the take on extra risk, or you play down the safer route. It's got a little bit of a top spin on that. Not the result that he would have wanted from there.
A little more aggressive than I think he was wanting to be. Winds have, it seems to be fluttering for the most. I think it's been down. It's not been too heavy on the players.
Now having a look at Pratap Singh with what appears to be an eagle putt for him. Gaurav Pratap Singh currently at even for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Would really like for this to go in the hole. think that should be good enough for a birdie for Gaurav Pratap Singh. We'll soon get a confirmation as well.
For him. Both Dhruv and Aman Raj having a fairly quiet back nine. The power six respectively. They have a couple of parts with.
A look back at the tee, hole number 16. Oh, that's 17. Yeah, 16.
Manav now getting one right.
Finally.
Golfing gods as he takes a look up to the sky. Sanit now on feed number 2. Sanit had a patchy start to the day. Didn't seem to his rhythm. Didn't find it long in much, but he's still par for the day, which is not too bad. Given currently we don't have anybody really running away with it. We don't have. We have some low scores, but we don't have like blisteringly low scores today, where you see that somebody's just taken the field apart, and as long as he can hold his own and maybe come back with a couple of birdies, he should be quite content. Karthik, on the other hand, disappointing miss out shot, went a little over the hole. He misses his putt, quickly tapping in, moving on to the 18th. I would hope the cleanup is just that, a cleanup. Yes, so Ravi Kumar on the right-hand side of the screen, taking 16.
Will be interesting. He likes to favor right-left draw. We'll have to align on that. Water hazard to get close to this flagstick. You can see the players have really been aggressive on hole number 17. I was thinking they'd play the other fairway, but everybody's in huge drives as well.
We get a lovely, stunning view. The flag and the city, beautiful royal pink city, as it's fondly known. You watch players making their way onto the green, but nobody seems to have the green. Aman Raj seems to have taken the most aggressive approach that he could have.
But he's in a decent spot, uphill, maybe breaking a little left. knowing how good his short game is, that's actually a makeable chip putt for him. Makeable chip, rather.
And given his recent form and the way he's approaching the sport, I think everything is makeable for him.
Saptak has made birdie on hole number 14 and he moves to 12 under par. So, breathing down Aman's neck, Aman would dearly hope to make this chip. You can see that the players do tend to get a little slower right towards the end of the round. It's cumulative fatigue that sets in. And for our viewers who are joining us, you can follow us on www.pgtofindia.com. You can also get the live scoring, stats, the tour schedule. You can also head over to ABP News and head over to ABP Live. Get a wealth of information. We are live to you from Rambagh Golf Club. On your screens is the leader Aman Raj from Patna. He's at 13 under par and leads the on shot over Saptak Talwar.
Oh, brilliant shot. Fancy that. He just left it a little short.
This is the penultimate tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India. The tournament is Bhawani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open 2023, powered by AU Small Finance Bank.
And on our feed number 2, Manav, going through his pre-shot routine on number 18. He's got the big stick out.
Yeah, this is a fairly dry on this par 5. Just keep it towards the right and let it rip. Reachable par 5. For somebody like Manav, I think he would have a driver and a rescue. There is out of bounds on the left-hand side, which comes into play on the second shot. And there's a water hazard to the right of the green as well. But grandstand finish on this hole. Really well-designed golf course. And this hole is really the crescendo.
That's a lovely drive and some lovely camera work there to follow that golf ball onto the first shot of the rough. And as we watch feed number 1, Saneth coming up with his birdie putt. On the right side of the screens. There you can see watch the golf ball in the air coming down with the flag on the background, and he's left himself a decent shot as well.
Yeah, being a left-hander, that shot will be slightly easier for him. Can stand right of the green and cut it back. He might have something like a 4-iron from there, depending how the lie is. View at hole number 18. My apologies, hole number 17. That's Shamim Khan. We'll soon find out what that chip was for. We have a look at Sanith on screen number 1, trying to make his par. And does so.
Feels Sanith's had one of those days where he just has not had a realistic opportunity at anything. He managed
Find out what that chip was for. We have a look at Sanit on screen number 1, trying to make his par, and does so.
Feels Sanit's had one of those days where he just has not had a realistic opportunity at anything. Managing line at even par. If he takes advantage of a couple of par fives, should be a very, very good day to end.
Yeah, it's been one of those quiet days. If he can make birdie on either 17 or 18, I think it'll be a decent finish. Closing India at 9 under par. Leaders might move to 14 under par, but that's all right. Being within 5 is never a bad thing. Be a birdie putt. Yes, you can see from the exaltation. Rather happy at that. Crowd from the other side, seeing where their drives were, and this is a birdie putt for him as well. Yes, and seems to have made birdie. Not too sure what Shamim is putting from. We saw him chipping up, so unless he was there in 2, this would seem that this is a par putt.
Just taking a little 360 tour of the hole to make sure he's got all the grain and the slopes right.
And the putt will again go in the hole in a gingerly fashion. Taking it last breath. Putt will again go in the hole in a gingerly fashion. Taking it last breath in the hole.
And comfortably does so as predicted. We're quite sure when it is Shamim Khan holding that flat stick. Manav taking a little breather under the trees. Nothing to worry about, as we know. He hit a good drive, just missed the fairway by a yard or 2.
Back to the action. Seems to be going with a 3-wood, so the drive has not traveled as far as I thought it did. Or is that a rescue? Seems to be a rescue. Would be looking to hit a fade. This would make for some wonderful viewing right here. Maybe all of 240, 45 yards. Really does like to chase after it, does Karthik.
Seem to have hit a little controlled 3-wood. Maybe trying to run it up.
Not quite sure where that has ended.
Manav, on the other hand, seems to have a long iron in his hand.
Yeah, Manav really hit one out down there. Good about 25, 30 yards by Karthik's drive.
I think the reason he's wearing that sweater, he's probably got a little bulk going on.
Yes,
for all golfers. Yeah.
That's a big drive by him, going with an iron. Let's see how he does here.
That's okay. It's a good one. I'm sure all three of his family members are ardently watching him play. Big fans of his golf.
That's a nice takeaway. We'll soon find out where that ball has ended up. Seems you can see from this angle how far down he's hit. That's a really long drive. I've had maybe about 200 yards.
Dhruv's catching up to Amarnath as well, because he's made a lovely birdie on 17 at this putt.
Yes, that
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate, feel alive.
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
Fruitnik Electro Plus. Rehydrate.
turn as Manu. A rotation through the ball is really good.
The referee coming in and
yeah, I was predicting the same. I thought that a little too far behind the group ahead. Yes, you can see giving them a friendly reminder, and the players having some sort of a conversation that I think we are in time. I can tell you what they're discussing. The referee is telling them, please scamper on. Akshay is saying that we're not that far behind. And so is Manu saying. Manu is saying that I play on the DP World Tour. I know about speed, but oh no, it's yeah, maybe it's just a lot more benign. We're just trying to make it a lot more interesting.
yeah, maybe I think it's again at the end of the day, everybody's trying to do their job.
Yeah, and our job is to make it a little more interesting. Keep up the conversation and
Controversy going, create something.
I'm pretty certain that if he's waiting that long, it's not helping him speed up. Is Manu having that conversation? I'm certain he's not the first to play when they get on the green. Now, Akshay is not too happy about that. He says that the group ahead is right here. And that's what happens, you know, if the referee comes up to you right towards the end, you tend to get a little hot under the collar. And it can affect your tempo.
Yeah.
Especially if you feel you've been, wrongly accused of slow play. Let's see how he
I
does
think
it.
especially for Akshay more so, because he doesn't he's got a bunker shot coming up. He needs a little more focus because he can very easily lose a shot as well.
Karthik here. We saw him hit that rescue. I'm not quite sure how he still has such a long shot coming up for his third. Maybe he clipped the tree. That can happen if you don't catch it cleanly. Yes, he has almost all of 50, 60 yards coming up for his third shot. But hasn't he done well? What a fantastic shot by Karthik.
Brilliant job of it. Akshay getting ready quite quickly, actually. So the intervention by the referee.
Let's hope he hits a good shot. Yeah, I think he's hit a really good shot. You know, this can upset your tempo sometimes, but that's the nature of the beast. You got to keep up with the group ahead or play in your stipulated time. Sure what Manav is waiting for. Looking behind, I think waiting for the third player. We saw the player on hole number 16. That was Manu Gandas. Manav here on hole number 18, asking somebody from behind the green to not move. Any sort of sudden noise or movement can cause a disturbance to the players, and that's the unique nature of the sport of golf. Ambient sound is okay, but sudden bursts of movement can really distract a player. We saw him make that tip and putt in the previous hole. Let's hope that he can make a birdie here as well. Would make his lunch taste a lot better. Maybe an eagle.
Lovely effort
Fantastic.
by
And
him.
that's how you finish in style. All mistakes forgiven for Anand Bhai when you finish in style with the birdie and birdie. So I think he's made up for his mistakes.
I think so. It'll be a delightful finish. Never hurts. Like you said, the lunch tastes a little better.
Yeah, he'd move up to 21st position, and he'll be really proud of the way that he's handled himself. As I say, it's not about what happens in life, it's about how you treat what happens. Your reaction to situations is everything. Up tak now, just leaving it a little short to the left. Now you can see Karthik on hole number 18 in his unmistakable athletic posture, trying to read the green. Gaurav Pratap Singh waltzing down the green. You can see they are playing ready golf. That's the difference. It is Gaurav Pratap Singh's putt, but Karthik is ready, so I'll go first. This is an effort to save time.
I think that's a good way to go about it also, unless until you're disturbing somebody else. If you're playing within your time and your space.
Should break a little to his right, I feel.
I think it's breaking to his left. I feel he's aimed a little on the right of the hole.
Right, I got it wrong.
Too much, actually.
But either ways, it doesn't go in the whole difficult line, nevertheless.
Despite that brilliant pitch shot. Manav ranked 79th currently. Needs to jump 19 spots to not go to the qualifying school next year, and also to go to the season ender next week.
Yeah, the
Every
season
stroke.
Yeah, the season ender is one where you can see your head on, no stress, no cut. Manav currently at 469. I think it's going to be quite the uphill battle for him to make his card. He'll have to make four, at least like somewhere in the vicinity of 4 lakh this week, and that means a top 8 finish.
Yeah, something around there.
Yeah,
which is possible. He has put himself in a position where if
but
he gets a low one tomorrow, he can propel himself to the top.
So if he ends at 6 under par, in all fairness, he'll have to shoot at least a par tomorrow to have a shot at keeping his card. But that would be some way.
It is quite possible. I mean, you get to a decent start here, and like we said, utilize the par fives.
Gaurav Pratap Singh. Had trouble off the tee, then chipped out. Hit it to here. Now has this for his birdie. Gaurav Pratap Singh also with a conventional putting grip.
Giving it a good run.
Yeah, give that a good run. Should be able to make his par. And that'll be good enough to keep him in a tie for 21st. He's 6 under par, so he would join Manav Bias at that score. Yeah, not wasting much time. Good putt by Gaurav.
Manav having the better finish out of the three. As you're acknowledging you're playing around them for their company.
It's a fantastic finishing hole. It's the perfect amphitheater if you have somebody trailing by a shot or leading by a couple. You have to hold your nerve while executing a good shot. There's some big drives there as well in this group.
I always felt the finishing hole always makes for an exciting finish, no matter where, which tour you're on. Which Raj. He's on number 17 and Pukhraj.
On hole number 18, Pukhraj has hit a big drive. Really does bludgeon it.
Not surprising at all, given he's Pukhraj. He goes for a swipe with the iron, and I think he just overhits it.
That's not the worst place to be, the back left bunker.
I think when he got that iron in his hands, he was only thinking of an eagle.
Shamim Khan, playing the hole in a completely different fashion, has laid up. We'll try and make birdie the hard way as our leader group walks down hole number 17. You can see that there is a brisk walk. I'm certain that he's aware that he's walking all the way from the ball till the pin, so he's trying to save time while doing that. And these are the things that good top players do. They know that they're putting in a little bit more preparation, might as well save time. He likes to favor that low right to left spinning shot, so this will be interesting to see. We pitch it towards the center of the green and let it release. Doesn't put too much spin on them, doesn't have that kind of speed. Is more of a release player when it comes to about these 60-70 yard shots, but very good, especially if he has green to work with. Something like this shot, you see this break a little from right to left, maybe drop it about 15 feet short. And the good thing is that the ball is above his feet as well. That'll really aid his intended shot. Let's see how he does now.
I think he'd be within a makeable range for sure, given how much green he has to work with.
Couple of bounce, and look at that. I mean, this is where this has made his living. He's beaten everybody to it from that range, 70 yards, and look how easy he made it look. And that's a very difficult shot. The judgment.
We can years now.
Yeah. So he's that judgment is what is really exemplary. Anything you want to learn from a top player, I think that's what you learn. You learn discipline and you learn repetition. He does the same thing over and over and over again. It's not easy to keep earning your birdies this way. Just compare it with a hit a long drive, hit an iron, just make up and down. It's so much more difficult to sort of plot your way around a golf course when he's just 250 off the tee.
Absolutely. But even sort of not having that distance, it comes with its own pressures also, because if you're not that low, you have to be straight.
Exactly.
You can't be chipping out after hitting a drive which goes 250, 260.
Yeah, that's why I think players who do have a good not being long off the tee have a lot of resilience and character. It's not easy to play this game at a high level, compete week in, week out when you're at such a disadvantage. You're always hamstrung and you're competing with players who are better than you in terms of ball striking abilities. And the only way you can beat them is the power of your mind. Let's see what Dhruv can do. Now, this is a shot where a player is a little confused. Should I flight it up or roll it? Let's see what he does. Seems to be going with the aerial route.
Seems to be going something like that. Maybe like a mid-shot, fly up, that will roll out as well.
It would be on an upslope as well. So
Manav went on the other way. Manav rolled it up to the entire.
Couple of bounces, release up, and he's done well. That should be a birdie as well. Very good execution by Dhruv.
Absolutely. And I think Pukhraj would want to follow suit, leave himself a tap in, end the day with a birdie.
So Dhruv would move to 13 under as well.
Aman Raj also made a birdie number 17, so he stretched his lead to 2 strokes. He's sitting at 14 under now, teeing off on our feed number 2.
Pukhraj coming out from bunker.
This is a comfortable slide for him, right down the middle.
I think all that time in the gym is paying off. He's getting some hustle behind that muscle.
He's definitely going to give it a good look into. And Pukhraj took the aggressive route with the second, and also sort of run his third shot by.
That's why we say golf is a great equalizer.
Absolutely.
He might be the only one struggling for birdie on this hole.
Would be Shamim right now. Sun now has struggled with his game a little today, but put this down fairway.
Yeah, Sun is also a long hitter. Let's see where this ends up.
I think Sun will probably be the longest amongst the three of them.
Yes, I think easily he would have these players by at least 10 odd yards, but he has missed it to the right and might not be able to go for the green from there. Pukhraj affectionately called Pookie when we play our rounds of golf. Really cracks a joke or two on the golf course. I think a lot of us do. That's how you spend 5.5 hours on a golf course. Can't quite be poker face the entire duration. Need to let off steam.
Pukhraj, quite the interesting character once you get to know him, has a lot of quips and quirks.
You've seen this putt break a little from the left to the right, or what was it? I'm a little confused.
I think this one's going to be from the right a little bit. I think mostly it's how the speed plays out.
He's like white lightning. He was so quick. I don't think he took a practice swing, but that's what you want to see.
He'd be disappointed after that iron in his hand. And
I thought that was a good iron shot also. That second shot was really good. It pitched on the flag, just a little to the left. Unfortunate not to have made birdie. He'll be smarting from that.
Dhruv, on the other hand, would like to cap this off with a wonderful day today, low round of the day, alongside Badal Hussain. It should be 6 under par. Dhruv also has that little conventional grip, right hand below left. Comfortably made that. Dhruv, currently the clubhouse leader at 13 under par after 3 rounds. Very, very, very consistent and impressive round by him today. Shamim now for his birdie. And he does that comfortably. Well, that's Pukhraj's dad, and he seems to be okay, proud of the round that he's watched. It's always fun to see parents coming out and watching their kids play golf.
Now we see this penultimate group here at hole number 18. There's quite the ball flight there being employed. A little bit of a fade. Karthik also going with the fade.
Comfortable.
Straight drive. Pukhraj, you can always bet that it's a left to right.
Always the right to left player. A little straightish this time.
Now, it's going to be interesting. I want to see how far Aman has been able to hit this. I think should be 240 odd yards. Seems to be in a similar place where Karthik was.
I think Pawan Raj is the way the exemplary control of the golf ball that he's shown. I wouldn't be surprised if he puts it in the center of the green.
Yeah, he can actually go with a 3-wood as well. Ravi Kumar opting to go with an iron, or what is that? No, it's a rescue. Seems to be some sort of a driving iron.
Is it a possibility to chase it to the green, or there are trees that you?
There are trees there, so you can't quite chase it to the green. You have to fly those trees, but you can pitch it about 10 yards short of the green. But you still have to fly those trees.
Saptak on number 17.
Looks like a slick.
Interesting to see if it's for an eagle. Carefully looking at it, but he's left it a little short while Ravi Kumar gets ready for his second on number 18.
View is obfuscated by the tree.
Sanit hits wide.
Sanit also seems to be going in with a longer iron, has gone for it, and isn't that a beauty?
That's a lovely shot.
Look at that
ball
ball
shot.
shot.
But it's a great result.
That's a 10 on 10. That's a fantastic shot by Sanit. I didn't quite think that was possible from there. Would have hit a 20, 30 yard fade and really had some control there. Aman will have to go over these trees, maybe going with the rescue. Let's see where it's up. Not quite sure where that has ended. Going with an iron. Going probably with the 4-iron, maybe.
Maybe he was just gesturing to his caddy that did it just clip?
Yeah, I think it
all the
clipped
way
those
down?
trees.
Meanwhile, we have Manu on number 17 cleaning up. Akshay lagging it up. He's remarking it to suggest he's going to go tap in. That's so comfortably. Saptak now, after that putt from over the hole, left it a little short, so he's still giving it a good look.
I think so. Aman would have clipped a few branches there. Not the worst place to be. That's a decent place. Second shot, not the easiest. That OB lurks towards the left.
It's probably why he was a little worried, because he wasn't sure if the trees threw it out of bounds. And Saptak, it's like a 4-footer, but he's made it, so he's comfortably moving on to number 18.
And at odd times when the polo games are going on, you can hear the horses neighing on the left-hand side, and you're hitting your shot. So your mind can vary a little bit. You can go off places and think about the out of bounds. But these players don't worry about any of that. They're really good. I remember back in the day when we were amateurs, we used to driver and 3-wood on that green, and that used to be a bedlam of many players. that this hole used to be the graveyard of dreams at times, we used to joke. But obviously the players have improved.
Now would he love to make this up and down and finish at 15 under for the day? From what it looks like, second position is going to be most likely at 13 under par.
Stance is a little open. Maybe trying to hit a little spinning shot. Yeah, needs to chase up a little more.
Like a 7 out of 10, you'd say?
Probably give an 8.5 out of 10. From here, it looks pretty good, to be honest. Maybe that camera angle didn't do justice to the shot. It's not too bad. He's been able to get it. Yeah, get it over that ridge. Maybe a spun a little bit too much, but that's all right. All things considered. While our final group gets on to hole number 18. Manu Gandas giving it all, belting a massive drive here on hole number 18, and that's sitting down a bit, unfortunately. Let's see if he's able to go for the green from there.
Yeah, the little overdraw that he does was trying to gain every little inch out of that drive.
Ravi Kumar? Is that his third from there? Yeah, I think so.
I think so, because he was down the fairway with Aman Raj. And
he's done well from there to be on the front right. Anywhere on the front of the green is not a bad position.
Option seems to be a little cut, but it's left it in the same line as Manu, but seems to have drawn a better lie. Maybe now with the lag. A little more aggressive than he would have preferred. He's left himself some work, and from what we've seen from around that spot, it's a little tricky, the speeds and the line. So he's going to do some work to get that birdie. Sarthak now, after his pre-shot routine, stepping into the drive. Final drive and final hole for him.
It's a good hole for a right-handed player. Just leave it out to the right and let it draw back, given the fact that it is a par 5. When you try to give it a little more, you want to move it from right to left. So there's no impediment to starting the ball on the right-hand side here.
He seems to have left nothing there and went after it hard, and which is probably why the club face just got stuck behind a little and came out open. So he's missed it out to the right, it seems. Sanet now with a realistic look at eagle. Carefully measuring up every grain that is between him and the hole.
But that was a really good second shot. Probably the shot of the day thus far. Strong ball striker is Sanit.
Actually, the best shot we've seen on this hole yet.
And I really like his attitude. The week before last at the Kapildev Grant Thornton presented by DLF, he was leading by 4 shots at one point in time, but saw that lead capitulate towards the final few holes, but still had a smile on his face when he was playing hole number 18. And that's when you realize that he has that ability to take a loss. Anybody can smile when things are going your way, but it takes a a lot of character to be able to, take it on the chin and move on.
Absolutely. And be disappointed with that part. You would want to give it a chance after that splendid second. But I think that's so, when you're secure, when you know that, what, this is not the last time I'm going to be up here contending for a title, when you know that you're good enough to win, and you have this year, and you will give yourself more opportunities, and sometimes you're going to close, and sometimes you're going to miss out. I think it will be.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
तुम सिविल लाइंस जाना, तुम एमजी रोड, समझ गए?
वाह मामू, मिठाइयों की डिलीवरी चल रही है, सीआईडी की प्लानिंग।
डिलीवरी नहीं बेटा, सब अलग अलग बैंक जा रहा है।
ऐसा क्यों?
बिजनेस बढ़ रहा है ना बेटा, एक ही बैंक से काम नहीं चलता।
चलता है ना, एयू करंट अकाउंट पे सब मिलता है।
वाह
मामू, सोच बदलो और बैंक भी। मेरी सीट्स एयू स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक, बदलाव हमसे है।
And he would continue leading the tournament by 2 shots. So, birdie on 17-18 for him, for Dhruv Sharon, for Yashash Chandra, eagle birdie finish. Syed Saqib Ahmed, birdie finish. You've seen quite a few players finish in a flurry.
And that's how the day is going to end for at least our leader. Raman Raj is going to be going into Sunday with the lead. We just have to wait for Saptak because of what he does, whether that lead is going to be a stroke or 2 strokes. Currently, his closest pursuer is Dhruv Sharon, who is playing a group ahead of Aman Raj.
So I think it's safe to say that the final group would consist, as it looks right now, of Aman Raj, Dhruv Sharon, and Saptak Talwar. A relatively young group, all in their 20s.
Absolutely.
As you say, golf is...
and Ravi Kumar there with a brilliant putt back for his birdie. He's got a big smile. He knows how tricky that putt was, and he's happy with the finish he's had.
And now a mere formality for Sanit Bushnoi. You can see that golf is definitely trending towards the youth. There's not much experience. I mean, obviously, these players are good. They've won. They do have the experience, Aman Raj, but they're still spring chickens, so as to speak. They're pretty young. The only experienced campaigner, if I really look hard, is Rahil Ganji at 12th and Amardeep Malik in at 12th position. Maybe lower down you go Gaurav Pratap Singh at tied 15th. Game that is favoring youths now. You don't see too many of the experienced hands out on tour. They're almost an endangered species. Ainesh, it seems that the game is trending towards youngsters. And what can the experienced lot do apart from just work on their fitness? Talking about some experiences. Somebody who is somewhere between those two, not in the 20s, maybe somewhere in the early 30s, if I'm not wrong, not sure. Going with the wood here. Ball is sitting up. He likes to hit a left-right fade. Let's see if he does that from this rough. We'll have to make sure that it gets clean contact. Otherwise, we can get wrapped in that grass. And
always tricky to with a 3-wooder from the rough. You almost certainly know.
Oh, fantastic
stroke by him.
These are saving their best for the last, playing to the gallery. What the players on the professional golf tour of India are very adept at.
Manu now watching Akshay with that stroke. Similar position for him. Maybe Akshay had a better lie, if anything. So Manu taking a slight more risk for him compared to Akshay. So let's see how he does.
Yeah, this is a brilliant vantage point to see this hole from. Hole is not quite visible, and still he seems to be going for it. Unless it's a good lie, I'm certain he wouldn't be going for. That's a rescue in his hand.
Yes.
Yeah, but the club head is not visible. You can only see the hosel, so not too sure about this one, to be honest with you. Coming in from the right hand side, he'll have to hit it over the hazard. Yeah, think that's not. Yeah, that's not the most prudent shot, because that lie was not one that's going to allow you to control the spin on it. So maybe that's where the exuberance of youth gets in the way, but that's all right. You learn. You need to be aggressive at times.
It's a par 5 as well. I think he'd probably have taken the risk into account. Even if he gets a drop and up and down, he still makes par.
Yeah, could have actually gone instead of rescue, maybe a 5-iron and play for a flyer and play for about 15 yards short. Hindsight, is always 20/20 vision, but yeah, that's one of the things that you learn over time.
I think it's also smarter to hit a shorter club harder through the rough than a
Exactly.
longer club soft, especially when the ball's sitting down. We watch the top tracer, number 18, penultimate group, Vaman Raj, and the current leader as well. Followed by the leader group. Here we watch the leader group making their way to number 18, which would mean that we are drawing a close to the day.
Now another look at that shot. The swing wasn't too bad. He went through it. Only after the shot he realized that flared out a little bit. Wasn't much of a miscue either. Maybe about 10 yards right. Takes a second bounce, and I think it's in the bunker. So he's been saved by the bunker. If that is indeed in the bunker, that's a really lucky break, and that's a pretty straightforward bunker shot from there as well.
And the flags on the back left, so from the right, he'd have enough room to work with, manufacture some shot. And Saptak has done quite well here, given he was a little onto the right.
Yeah, that's a good place. Just keep it on the back foot and try to punch sandwich. And while we have a look at these players, we want to just run through the leaderboard. Aman Raj leads it at 15 under par, being followed by Dhruv Sharon at 13 under par, Saptak Talwar at 12 under par, Akshay Sharma at 11. And then you have 3 players tied at 10 under par, namely Yashas Chandra, Sanit Bishnoi, Manu Gandas. It's been an interesting moving day here. A lot of low rounds. Out of the top 20 golfers, almost 16 shooting under par today. So shows you that 17, my apologies, shows you there's a lot of depth in the field, and they're all firing on all cylinders. It's going to be a fantastic day tomorrow. Moving day has not disappointed us in the least.
I think players on the PGA seldom disappoint anybody. They're all highly skilled. Most of the field actually wins. People at the bottom of the list here, or people who missed cut, could very well be winning next week.
Surprising swing being employed here by Saptak. Really long swing. He seems to be going with some sort of an aerial shot that you would have liked to hit a low shot here.
Maybe he's trying to hoist it over something and fly it all the way back.
Yeah, definitely looks that way. Yeah, coming up short.
I think that wasn't a clean strike. He'd definitely be disappointed with that result. So by the looks of it, seems like Dhruv Sharon is going to be the closest pursuer to Aman Raj. Aman Raj is going to enjoy a two-shot cushion starting tomorrow.
I think the ball has indeed gone over into the water, has it? It's going to take a two-shot, two-club penalty drop, and will be hitting his fourth from here. Now, the tricky part is going to be dropping the ball. You'll have to drop it twice, and if it rolls back in the hazard, then you can place it. But there's a rule that you have to ensure that it doesn't roll back in the hazard either. So the caddy might be standing behind, inside the line of the hazard. So this is going to be quite interesting to see how they navigate these rules.
Also, Manu would have probably hoped to have missed it a little more right, because there's a little bunker there. He could have caught that and would have slowed his golf ball down from going into the hazard. But this is currently where the situation is.
Yeah, I think the ball is rolled back, so he can indeed go ahead and place it. That would be a little helpful for him.
Manu's measured up his chip shot, deciding what to do. Not sure what sort of a lie he's drawn, but he has plenty of room to work with. He's got a lot of green to contend with. There's space, so he can choose both, either to run it up a little or fly it a little further than just. And that would suggest by his practice swing, maybe he's trying to fly it a little more and eliminate the green in the beginning. He was trying to do that, but there was a little more spin or
We'll have his
check spin.
We'll have his work cut out in order to save par now.
Saptak now for his birdie attempt, lengthy one.
I think he'd be happy from par from here. This is all a 40. Might end up breaking both ways. Yeah, that's a good putt by him.
Still a little hinker left, coming back, but not a bad effort.
Yeah, that's definitely food for thought. It's about 4 feet.
The leader group seems to be struggling with this whole, except for Akshay, who's got a 5-footer or so for his birdie, but the group before them showed how it's done. They're all three of them making birdies.
What kind of a schedule is Manu following on the European Tour? Is he playing a lot of tournaments or limited schedule?
I think he was playing most of the tournaments that he was getting. I think except for the Rolex series, he's got all events. I think he's going to get starts on the Challenge Tour and on the PGTI next year. He couldn't retain his card. But I'm sure he's gained immensely on experience. Watch him now.
He only played 4 events on the Professional Golf Tour of India this year. This is his 5th. Oh, just about.
It's a disappointing Akshay, the sole member of the group who's played this hole a little more conventionally. He's going to be putting for his birdie. As you've seen this putt before, Karthik was in a similar spot. This breaks quite sharply to the left. Karthik had just missed it under the hole. He not take line. Let's see here. And I think this putt is fooling the golfers because Akshay made the exact same error, almost repetitive nature. Last member of this group and the last player left on the field is this round 3. We thank all our viewers who've been with us, watching and following us, taking you along the journey in round 3 with Shaurya Singh and me, Ainesh Ahluwalia, your host. We'll be here tomorrow morning as well, following the same coverage and live, bringing you the result on the final day. What seems to be a very interesting day from Jaipur.
It's been an interesting day thus far. Aman Raj leading the tournament. Saptak just out.
A little more attention than...
And yeah, so that's it. That's the moving day, but unfortunately for Saptak, moved the wrong way on the final hole. So that will move him down to 11 under par. So Raj along, and I believe Akshay Sharma will be playing the leader group tomorrow, as Akshay Sharma has a better round today. And at the culmination of the third day's play, we have Aman Raj leading the tournament, followed by Dhruv Sharon, Saptak Talwar, and Akshay Sharma tied in third position. And this was our coverage of the third day of the Bhawani Singh Rathore Presents Jaipur Open 2023, presented by AU Small Finance Bank. And tomorrow we'll be live again at the same time to bring you the final day's coverage. There's a lot of action on for tomorrow, so stay with us, and also stay for a little while to go through the highlights for the third round. And till tomorrow, this will be all from us, myself, Shaurya Singh, and Ainesh Ahluwalia. See you on the other side. Thank you.